Chapter 900. When everything was gone, the ocean waves were coming in, and all the cultivators were still stiffly standing in the same place. The palace had disappeared, and it had turned into a ruin at the bottom of the seabed, completely gone. When everything was gone, the ocean waves were coming in, and all the cultivators were still stiffly standing in the same place. The palace had disappeared, and it had turned into a ruin at the bottom of the seabed, completely gone. That one halberd turned the whole ocean palace into a matrix and destroyed everything. The proud owner, the cruel and bloodthirsty mount. In the end, Jiuying still died at the cruel calculations of the Ocean King. Although this stroke of the halberd was initiated by Futian, it was the Ocean King who killed Jiuying. Just as Futian had said, from the beginning to the end, the Ocean King had never given Jiuying any chance to survive. Futian was thinking. These saints, when their cultivations reached a certain plane, their attitude would become more cold and indifferent. If it was him, it was one thing if he had not chosen Jiuying as a mount. But since the choice was made, and it had been through wars for many years, it would not be seemly to choose such a way to trap and kill it. Although the two were separated by time and generations, he could still feel the cruelty of the Ocean King. The water of the ocean washed their bodies, and those in the ruins pulled their thoughts back to the present and took a deep breath. The sacred beast that had made them desperate was dead. This was an unexpected turn of events for them. They had completely lost hope and thought that for sure they would die, but no one expected that Futian would succeed and spur the palace matrix to kill Jiuying. This ending was truly invigorating. Their eyes were directed to Futian, and the face under the silvery mask was still invisible. Of course, compared with Futian's true identity, at this moment, they were more interested in the divine implement that Futian held in his hand, ranking third on the divine implement's ranking, the halberd of time and space, nothingness. Moreover, the top three on the divine implement ranking had never actually faced one another, it was merely deduced by the people of 9 states according to the strength of their masters and the power of the device itself. Ranking third, was, in reality, already at the peak. Futian could crack the secret of the stone wall left by Ocean King. Naturally, his talent was incomparable. However, his cultivation seemed to be only that of a mid-level sage, and at the moment, the palace was crumbling, and there were no more matrices involved, so the cultivators of the 3 holy lands now had some ideas in their heads. Although Jiuying had killed a lot of them, even those who were most capable, there were still many sages remaining from the 3 holy lands, and even a few mid-level sages had survived. So that even if the other had the halberd of time and space in hand, it would be easy for them to grab it. They did not consider the identity of Futian much. After all, it was the territory of the Endless Sea, and all 3 holy lands of the Endless Sea were here. Unless it was a saint, it would be a useless struggle, no matter who the other person was. Your Excellency has an extraordinary talent, to kill the evil beast. Would you be willing to enter the Ocean Palace to cultivate? At this time, Lin Yu of the Ocean Palace offered Futian this opportunity. Pang Kuan and many of the top cultivators of the Ocean Palace were dead. Among the remaining cultivators, he was the highest ranking from the Ocean Palace. He was a disciple of a saint. If he could help the Ocean Palace to bring back the halberd of time and space, the masters would certainly reward him handsomely, and his position in the Ocean Palace would be further elevated. Futian casually cast a glance at Lin Yu, and the cultivators of the other 2 holy lands also sneered inside. Futian invited to cultivate at the Ocean Palace? Perhaps there was more to it than just that. Futian understood clearly. He coldly replied, "No need." Lin Yu did not seem to mind, and continued smiling. "It's a pity. Just one thing. Ocean Palace was created by the descendants of the Ocean King of yore, so if the halberd of time and space can be returned to the original owner, the Ocean Palace will reward you greatly, and you will not suffer any losses." Underneath the mask, the eyes of Futian cooled a few degrees. He wouldn't suffer losses, really? Ocean Palace, what did it have to exchange for the halberd of time and space? At least it was also a divine implement of rank. Was Lin Yu really qualified to decide on this level of treasure? As for the descendants of the Ocean King. Before, why didn't you tell Jiuying, you were the descendant of Ocean King? Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu coldly. That's right, Ocean King was the master of the endless sea. The halberd of time and space cannot be said to belong to the Ocean Palace alone. All three holy lands have a share of it, the cultivator of the North Deep spoke up, obviously sharing the same ideas as Lin Yu. The third-ranking divine implement was being held in the hands of a mid-level sage, and he was by himself, so how could they not thinking about the alternative? Your Excellency, it would be best if you hand this divine implement over to us, the three holy lands of the endless sea, the cultivator of the celestial cliffs also said to Yi Futian. They moved and subtly intending to surround Yi Futian. Clearly, you had the ability to move against Jiuying, but you waited deliberately after Jiuying had killed many cultivators of the three great holy lands. I can ignore that fact, so long as you hand over the halberd of time and space. Lin Yu continued to speak, no longer civil and reconciliatory, and his tone seemed more combative. When Lu Yu heard the words of these people, she felt a coldness inside. She looked at them and wondered, was this how a holy land was? How disappointing. Under those circumstances, if he came out earlier, he would have been dead also. Who dared to fight against Jiuying? Anyway, he saved everyone's life, and ungratefulness aside, everyone here came for the halberd of time and space, and those who are the most capable should get it. Yi Huang killed Jiuying and saved everyone in order to get the halberd of time and space in hand. Now you all say the halberd should belong to the three holy lands. That sounds beyond unreasonable. Although she had already guessed Yi Futian's identity, at this moment in the endless sea, Yi Futian was alone and unsupported. If the three holy lands really wanted to make a move on Yi Futian, it would be difficult for him to escape. These people had faced desperate situations not so long ago. Now that Jiuying had just died, they all owed their lives to Yi Futian. In a blink of an eye, they had turned against him all for the halberd of time and space. On Yi Futian's part, he actually never expected these people to be grateful. He was not trying to save their lives but was trying to save himself. Even though he did save them, but to be grateful? It was absurd. Human nature was always the most complicated. Not long ago, they were trembling and feared they would die. As soon as Jiuying died, immediately, all they could think about was the divine implement in his hands. The reason why human nature was complicated was because of cleverness and the ability to see all the pros and cons so clearly, so thoroughly. To avoid disadvantages and exploit opportunities, that was the nature of men. Naturally, he was the same himself, but at least he had his own principles. How dare you? Take her, a cold voice was heard, and immediately, several cultivators descended next to Lu Yu, and a strong breath landed on her, and Lu Yu paled. Those who made a move on her were family members, and the person who gave the order was Lu Shi. Lu Shi was a smart man, so he knew very well what choices to make were the best for him at the moment. Prior to this, he had already regarded Yi Futian with displeasure. He did not expect him to be so clandestine. What are you doing? Lu Yu stared at Lu Shi and asked in an icy tone. Lu Yu, you colluded with outsiders to infiltrate the family. Your intention was already doubtful, and now you dare to question the Holy Land. Do you not know your place? Lu Shi spoke coldly and looked at Yi Futian. You infiltrated our family just so you could enter the ruins. Hand the halberd of time and space to the Ocean Palace, and I will pretend as if nothing happened, and Lu Yu will be safe too. Yi Futian's brow knitted together. Lu Shi was taking on his own family member to threaten him. Let her go. Lu Zixuan surveyed those who surrounded Lu Yu. Mississippi. These people found themselves in a difficult situation. Lu Shi and Lu Zixuan were paternal cousins and grandchildren of the family. They could not afford to offend either one of them. Zixuan, this is for the benefit of you, me, and the family, Lu Shi said, then looked at those few people and said, just listen to my orders. For the benefit of the family, you can go get it yourself. Lu Zixuan looked coldly at Lu Shi. Zixuan, even though you are talented, you are too soft. How can you achieve anything? Lu Shi continued. He was very happy to see Lu Zixuan's reactive. He and Lu Zixuan entered the Ocean Palace Holy Land, but his talent was lesser than Lu Zixuan. From Lin Yu's previous attitude toward both of them, it was obvious that he valued Lu Zixuan more. And now, here was his chance. Have you made your decision? Lu Shi looked at Yi Futian and asked aggressively. Underneath the mask, Yi Futian's eyes were still very calm. He had not spoken because he had been thinking. He was thinking about how to handle the situation today so there would not be repercussions later. If I don't hand it over, what are you going to do? Yi Futian asked the people of the 3 holy lands. Do you think you have a choice? The cultivator of the North Deep circled behind Yi Futian, a powerful atmosphere snaking out, cold and indifferent. You have great talent, you should take your life seriously. The cultivators of the Celestial Cliffs also joined in. My previous promise is still valid. If you give hand over the halberd of time and space to the Ocean Palace, I can introduce the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace to accept you as a direct disciple. Otherwise, Lin Yu was using both favors and threats on Yi Futian. The situation now was not between them and Yi Futian and who would get their hands on the divine implement, the halberd of time and space, but the battle between the 3 holy lands. There was only one divine implement. You will accept me as a disciple? Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu. Yes, my own, Lin Yu said very seriously. Even if the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace is standing in front of me, he is not qualified to speak to me like this. Yi Futian spit out his reply with fierce defiance, which made Lin Yu frown. How dare you, Lin Yu said chillingly. I was hesitating as to how to deal with this matter. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu and continued, now, you have given me the answer. The people of the 3 holy lands frowned. Yi Futian's tone seemed to be different than before. Didn't you ask me who I was before? Yi Futian stared at Lin Yu, then placed his hand on his face and slowly removed the mask. At this moment, the heartbeats of the people of the 3 holy lands involuntarily spiked. Could it be that this person had a special identity? Their eyes were all fixed on Yi Futian's face. As the mask fell, a very handsome face was revealed. Recognize me? Yi Futian asked icily. Many looked at each other in silence, and no one had seen Yi Futian before. How could it be you? At this moment, a shocked voice asked. It was a cultivator from the Ocean Palace, his face suddenly pale, and he had an ominous feeling of foreboding. This person's reputation in the 9 states was monumental. If he dared to take off his mask, what could this mean? Who is he? Lin Yu looked at the man and asked, his voice was inexplicably nervous. Lu Shi also stared at the man. Who was it exactly? The cultivator looked at Lin Yu, his face pale, and said, Baron State, the Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, Yi Futian. Lin Yu's heart trembled. The most prestigious Palace Lord of the Holy Ji Palace, whose name was known throughout the 9 states, and a symbol of the generation, Yi Futian, stood in front of him. He had repeatedly imagined that he would replace Yi Futian, but when Yi Futian really appeared in front of him, he felt a mountain of pressure, as if he could not breathe. Just as Yi Futian had said, even the Palace Lord of the Ocean Palace was not qualified to take him on as a disciple. Likewise, Lu Zixuan's heart felt as if it was being hit, and her beautiful eyes drifted to him. Yi Futian, whose name was so strange, and yet so familiar. In this manner, he appeared in front of her. Even if you are Yi Futian, you are alone in my turf, the endless ocean, what can you do? Lin Yu felt a little humiliated. He was scared off by the name of Yi Futian. Is it so? Yi Futian took the halberd of time and space and moved forward step by step, as Lin Yu continued to retreat, step by step. Buzz! A shadow flashed, and Yi Futian's body suddenly moved. Lin Yu's body retreated with an explosion and he shouted, block him. With a whisper, Lin Yu physically moved into the distance, and he was fine. In the other direction, Lu Shi's eyes were round and surprised. His shaky hands covered his throat, where the halberd of time and space had pierced into it. Blood flowed out into the sea. At this moment, Lu Shi had endless sadness in his heart. The great ups and downs of life, he had experienced them all during this time. Why was fate so cruel to him? He should have cultivated in the Holy Land, and his future was boundless. However, he survived the joying only to have his throat pierced by the halberd. Lu Shi looked at the profile of that handsome face and realized that Yi Futian did not even look at him. In the endless sadness, Lu Shi slowly closed his eyes. Proud genius. He did even warrant a look from the person who had killed him, so what could be sadder than this? Chapter 901. Lin Yu's face went pale as he watched Yi Futian pull out the halberd of time and space. He seemed to feel the ridicule in Yi Futian's gaze. Just one movement had made him take a frightened step back. Lin Yu's face went pale as he watched Yi Futian pull out the halberd of time and space. He seemed to feel the ridicule in Yi Futian's gaze. Just one movement had made him take a frightened step back. At that moment, the cultivators of the three holy lands were all hesitant. They did not know what to do. Yi Futian, the palace lord of the Holy Land of the Barren State, had come from the Barren State, cracked the secret of the Ocean King, killed the sacred beast known as the Jiuying, and obtained the halberd of time and space, which for so many years, no one in the endless sea could obtain. It seemed that this was not Yi Futian's first time killing something sacred. It was rumored that Chess Saint had also died at his hands. Take him and bring him to the palace lord to be dealt with. Lin Yu felt the strong threat in Yi Futian's eyes, but with the situation as it was he could not allow him to get away. A cultivator of the lower sage level from the Ocean Palace flashed forward with a silver spear in his hands towards Yi Futian. The ocean water roared and turned into an ice dragon that breathed wildly at Yi Futian. The water froze and turned into a huge crystal, and the endless cold stretched towards Yi Futian. The ice dragon was incomparably fierce as it rushed towards him. Yi Futian's hands trembled slightly. The halberd of time and space had consumed a huge amount of space rule power, and his body was surrounded by brilliant light. He stepped forward and thrust the halberd forward, and a ray of light pierced through the ice, smashing it into nothingness. Space was torn by the space rule power. Everyone saw the ice and the ice dragon be completely destroyed. The brilliant golden light pierced through everything as it crossed over the sea in a beautiful arc. A scream rang out as the halberd of time and space cut into the sage's body. In the next instant, his form was completely torn apart, and then vanished into nothingness. Yi Futian floated in the sea with glorious radiance blooming from him. He was like a god, unstoppable. His eyes had turned golden, and when anyone met his gaze they felt a burst of trembling. "We'll do it together," said Lin Yu. He couldn't kill all the sage-level cultivators with one attack. Yi Futian raised the halberd of time and space, and light rained down, covering everyone. "Freeze space," Yi Futian said coldly. In that instant everyone felt that their bodies were restricted. The cultivators at the same level as Lin Yu were frozen in place, and could not move even a finger. Only people at the sage level could still move, but they were still subject to certain restrictions. Their hearts all beat faster. He was so strong. Even with a divine implement, a mid-level magi could not reach this level of power. Even though the halberd of time and space was number 3 on the divine implements ranking, with Yi Futian's level as low as it was, he should not be able to wield this kind of power. A rain of terrible space rule particles flowed out of time and space, giving everyone a strong sense of danger. "Be careful," said a sage, and he retreated backwards. But he saw Yi Futian's eyes suddenly turn gold and his body glow with a brilliant radiance. He was like an emperor bathing in divine light. His aura was still increasing, and the aura that permeated the halberd of time and space was becoming even more terrible. "Let's get out of here," yelled a mid-level sage. His rule power burst forth and he broke free of his bondage and turned to escape. He had a feeling that they could not compete with Yi Futian at this moment. "No need to run," said Yi Futian coldly. an even stronger rule power covered the sea around him. The ferocious space rules were raging, and even the mid-level sages were restrained. He seemed to have been driven by the will of the emperor. The light blooming from the halberd of space and time grew stronger, and covered everything around him. Kill! Yi Futian's body moved, and the halberd shot out towards the cultivators from the north deep. In that instant, more brilliant light erupted, and the halberd swallowed up the endless flowing golden light. It was as dazzling as the sun, and all the water in that area dried up, evaporating into nothingness. The light descended upon the cultivators from the north deep and pierced through them. In the next instant, their bodies exploded. All that was left was one mid-level sage retreating. Yi Futian glanced at him and thrust the halberd of time and space straight out, piercing directly through his body, tearing him to pieces. The cultivators from the north deep had all been killed. The cultivators from Ocean King Palace and Jisheng Cliffs were struck dumb with amazement by this scene. They felt that their breathing had stopped and their faces went pale. Yi Futian was now like an emperor that they must prostrate themselves before. They all wondered if the statue outside had been broken because of Yi Futian. Lord Yi, the holy lands of the Endless Sea and the Holy Ji Palace are all holy lands of the 9 states. If you slaughter us all here, what will the consequences be? Asked a sage from Jisheng Cliffs. The lost ruins completely disappeared, along with all the cultivators who went there. The halberd of time and space was lost, and Yi Futian was never there. The cultivator from the Jitian Cliffs looked hopeless. They had just been saved from the Jiuying, but due to their greed for the halberd of time and space, they had once again sent themselves into the abyss. If we had known you were Lord Yi, we would not have done this, said someone. No, you would have. Yi Futian looked at him coldly. You would have as long as you could have gotten the halberd of time and space. After you killed Yi Futian, the Holy Ji Palace would have collapsed. You are all cultivators, what could the palace do to you? The reason why they now said nothing was that he now had their lives in his hands. Now, I have just made the same choice as you. When he finished speaking, his godlike figure shot forward and brilliant light descended like a fire of destruction. Everything was annihilated. In an instant the cultivators from Jisheng Cliffs had disappeared. With the will of the emperor bursting out of him, Yi Futian was too strong. His level right now was no less than that of a sage. Yi Futian looked at Lin Yu and saw him trembling. Could he really overcome Yi Futian, the heroic figure of the 9 states? Right now, Yi Futian was like an emperor, like a god. In his eyes Lin Yu was probably nothing more than an ant. Yi Futian stepped towards Lin Yu. Under the space freezing rules, he could not even move a finger as he watched the god of death descend upon him step by step. Whoosh! The halberd of time and space rushed towards him, ending his life. Yi Futian did not stop. His figure continued to flash from place to place. All the sages were killed by the halberd. None of them were a match for it. In the end, there were only 3 people left alive other than Yi Futian. Lu Yu, Lu Han, and Lu Zixuan. He had killed all the other members of the Lu clan. The 3 of them stared at Yi Futian, their hearts in turmoil. Even the Lu clan had not been able to escape death. Yi Futian said nothing. Perhaps cultivating really did make people colder. He could not help but remember Chess Saint's words, the great path has no place for sentiments, and cultivating is akin to plundering. Of course, Yi Futian did not regret it. The cultivators from the 3 holy lands had wanted to kill him and take the halberd of time and space. He had just made the same choice that they had. He turned, and his 2 brilliant eyes swept across the sea, looking at the huge black dragon in the distance. Many large demons were behind the dragon, and they were looking at him coldly. Have you seen enough? Yi Futian's voice reached across the sea. A huge wave broke out of the sea as the black dragon flew over. It started coldly at him with its 2 giant eyes. He was followed by a group of huge demons. Wonderful, said the black dragon. What had just happened had been a great show. Yi Futian floated up until he was level with the dragon's head. "I've been waiting for you," he said with a smile. A strange look came over the dragon. "Do you really think you can deal with me?" He was the tyrant of the sea. Yi Futian clenched the halberd of time and space. The imperial fire burned within him. Suddenly, an even stronger light shot out of his body and into the sea. The terrible will of the emperor entered the halberd and resonated with it. An unparalleled brilliance burst forth. At this moment Yi Futian's aura was that of someone at the sage level. "Submit to me." Yi Futian gazed coldly at the black dragon. A terrible spiritual storm appeared in his majestic eyes, directly penetrating into the dragon's mind. Roar! The dragon suddenly became frantic as a figure appeared in his mind. It was Yi Futian's imperial figure, trying to plant its mark in his mind. He regretted coming forward. How could this human be so strong? He was a top sage-level demonic beast, the tyrant of the sea. All the sea monsters in the area submitted to him. "Submit to me." Yi Futian stepped onto the water, and the imperial light shone from him. The black dragon roared, trying to get rid of his feelings of unease. The halberd of time and space swallowed up all the light, making the space rules around Yi Futian brilliant to the extreme. Finally, Yi Futian moved, and the halberd of time and space smashed through the sea. The black dragon roared, and shot forward with his claws extended, wanting to tear Yi Futian's small body to pieces. Slice! The halberd of time and space pierced right through the dragon's claw. Blood flowed as he roared in pain. Yi Futian pulled the halberd out. He stood in front of the dragon's head. It seemed as though all the dragon had to do was bit down and he could destroy Yi Futian's head. But he hesitated. "This is the third time. Give up your resistance. Submit or die," said Yi Futian. The black dragon roared, and the waves rose up and swept out across the sea. Yi Futian still stared at him coldly. Finally, the dragon lowered his head and gave up his resistance. He had been branded by Yi Futian's spiritual will. "Summon all the sea monsters in the area," Yi Futian ordered. The black dragon roared again, and suddenly the sea began to stir as countless huge beasts burst forth. "Come here." Yi Futian looked at a few top sage-level demonic beasts. They all came forward and were dominated by Yi Futian one by one. He stepped onto the dragon's back and looked at Lu Zixuan and the other two. "Get on." Lu Zixuan, Lu Yu, and Lu Han looked at this imposing figure and their hearts were in turmoil. They stepped onto the dragon's back. "Clear out this area of the sea, and have all the demonic beasts leave." "Let's go," Yi Futian ordered. Everything that had happened here would be buried in the depths of the sea. Chapter 902, 16 hours later, two figures appeared above the lost ruins. 16 hours later, two figures appeared above the lost ruins. One of them kept their hands behind their back and simply hovered in the sky above the waters, yet they emanated immense power and authority. Their eyes were incredibly terrifying as they looked at the ocean surface. It was as if they were able to see through the water and could gaze at the ocean floor. The strange phenomenon in the surrounding waters subsided and everything was calm again. The place was not any different from the other areas of the endless ocean. If there was anything different about the place, it was how there was not a single demonic beast to be found within the hundreds of miles radius within the area. Furthermore, not even common sea life, like fish and shrimp, were found anywhere nearby. The place was eerily clean. Other than all that, there was a broken palace lying at the bottom of the ocean. Besides the sound of a breeze blowing through the ocean surface, there was nothing else. The waters were frighteningly quiet. Of the two who stood far above the waters, one was a sage from the ocean palace while the other was someone who went back to deliver the report that day. He met the saint on the way back to the ocean palace and ended up bringing the saint here without returning to the ocean palace. There was no way he could have brought him there so quickly otherwise. Cultivators of the Ocean Palace found the jade scroll of life of their mighty ones, who ventured broken one after another. They all thought it was something that happened due to crashing into ruins, as the same phenomenon happened the last time they did so. However, one day later, the living ones, whom the broken jade scrolls belonged to, all perished in an instant, and they finally found something was wrong, which prompted them to report to their superiors, and that led to a saint personally venturing outside. What happened? That sage's mind was shuddering violently. The ruins were gone and there were no signs of life found within hundreds of miles radius. The sage turned his eyes to the saint. The saint closed his eyes and then said, "We'll wait." If everyone had indeed perished, he believed that saints from the other two holy lands would also be there soon enough. As speculated, saints from the North Deep and the Celestial Cliffs were there as well. Mighty ones from 3 holy lands had all perished. Not a single person who went on that expedition survived. "What do you all think about this?" the saint from the Ocean Palace asked. "That statue was broken, and we've all experienced the power of the statue firsthand. Looking at the entire 9 states as they are now, this kind of phenomenon could have only happened with the top 2 saints on the saint ranking being present, but it was obvious that they didn't show up." The saint from the Celestial Cliffs elaborated, "There is another possibility. The Jiuying within broke the seal and the statue collapsed from the pressure within. According to those who ventured inside, the seal that was put in place by the Ocean King is extremely powerful." "How could the Jiuying have been able to escape?" the saint from the North Deep asked. "Perhaps the Jiuying had made a breakthrough," the saint from the Ocean Palace answered. There was nothing but silence for a while after that, as if there were no other possibilities than that. Even if there were other possibilities, we can't find out just by standing here and speculating. If the ruins are gone and the halberd of time and space was taken away, that means that the one who is responsible will appear sooner or later, be it the Jiuying or someone else, the saint from the Ocean Palace added. The others nodded in acknowledgement. They had no choice but to wait for the halberd to appear again. By then, they would know who took the divine implement that ranked 3rd throughout the 9 states. "We'll take our leave then." The saint from the North Deep turned around and left. The saint from the Celestial Cliffs followed suit shortly after. There were people from the Cliff State city's Lu clan on this trip as well. "Should we go ask?" the sage from the Ocean Palace asked. "No need for that. If not even the people from all 3 holy lands were able to survive this, how could people from a small clan like that make it through?" "They would go to the Ocean Palace themselves," the saint answered plainly, and the sage nodded in agreement. The people from the Lu clan had actually paid a visit to the Ocean Palace. The clan leader informed them that 3 young geniuses of the clan actually survived, knowing that all others on the trip had perished, hoping the Ocean Palace would continue to look into the matter in order to save Lu Zixuan. After all, Lu Zixuan was the hope of their clan. The saint asked the clan leader to keep their hopes low after hearing the news. Of the 3 who survived, 2 were beautiful young women and the other was the little brother of the most beautiful woman in the clan. It affirmed the saint's speculation about the Jiuying breaking its seal. The evil beast, Jiuying, probably took a liking to beautiful women and wanted to vent all its evil fire from being imprisoned all those years. The 2 beautiful women were probably beyond saving. But then again, the saint from the Ocean Palace would not have bothered about it much. The clan leader returned in a dejected manner. As for the common sage, who had appeared in the Lu clan, no one would have paid any attention to him. Not even the clan leader would have known about Yi Huang's existence. The endless ocean was vast and seemingly endless, per its namesake. There were countless island cities and many more uninhabited islands. At that moment, a white-robed figure was seen training on a huge rock at the side of an uninhabited island. The winds blew and the waves crashed. He was seen holding a halberd and launched one attack after another, with every strike harboring terrifying might. A boom after another was heard, and the surrounding rocks blew up one after another. 3 figures stood not far behind the one who was training and they looked at him train. The 3 were none other than Lu Zixuan and the other 2 from the Lu clan. The white-robed figure was Yi Futian. A boundlessly huge black dragon was seen coming their way from far above the ocean. There were many other monsters besides the black dragon, and they were all at the pinnacle of the sage plain. Yi Futian had spent the past 3 months at the endless ocean. He spent his time taming beasts when he was not training. He no longer even needed to do so himself. He simply had to tell the black dragon and the other monsters to go hunt for top-notch demonic beasts in the surrounding waters, which were then brought to him to be put under his control. He was a beast master, and all beasts who had been branded with a spiritual branding could not rebel. They had no choice but to follow his orders. The reason why he did so was to prepare himself further for the sacred war. While the sages of the Holy Ji Palace were no longer inferior to the sages of the Great Zhou sacred dynasty, they nonetheless lacked a decisive edge. They were more or less equal in terms of might. However, if they had an army of powerful demonic beasts lying in wait that could be deployed at any moment, it would turn the tables in their favor. The very reason why he dared to brandish the halberd of time and space and train in the open was that the surrounding areas were filled with his beast informants, be it in the sky or on the ground. At that moment, Yi Futian came to subdue yet another monster. He patted the black dragon's head and said, "Good work. Are there any top-class demonic beasts in any other areas of the endless ocean? I'm thinking of getting out there myself. The endless ocean is too vast. Not even I get to know everything," the black dragon answered while shaking its head. It had been at the area of the lost ruins all the while before. "Well then." Yi Futian nodded and continued, "How about we take a spin somewhere else then?" However, a message from the black-winged condor popped up in Yi Futian's mind, which made him frown. The Holy Ji Palace caught wind of a piece of news, saying that Lu Zong of Shihua Sacred Mountain had finished his pilgrimage and returned to Shihua Sacred Mountain. However, the ones from the barren state had yet to return. Yi Futian looked up at the blue sky and thought he needed to head home earlier than expected, as he was rather concerned about the news. He turned around and came before Lu Zishuan and the others. "Brother Yi," Lu Yu called. While Yi Futian had killed someone from the Lu clan, it had been someone from the clan who had been acting against her, per Lu Shi's orders. As such, Lu Yu had little thoughts about what Yi Futian did and harbored no resentment against him. "I'm going home," Yi Futian then said to all 3 of them, "but the 3 of you can't head back to Cliff State City just yet." "I understand." Lu Yu nodded. Lu Zishuan's eyes were fixed on Yi Futian and her expression looked rather complicated. The legendary figure was more exceptional than she had anticipated. However, those who were killed by Yi Futian were still the people of the clan. "You've got 2 choices here. 1, you stay in the endless ocean and continue training, but you need to stay further away from Cliff State City, and I'll have the demonic beasts keep a close eye on you." Yi Futian then looked at Lu Zishuan and the others, saying, 2, you all train in the Holy Ji Palace, but you won't be able to head out for the time being. The Holy Ji Palace was still at war with the Great Zhou sacred dynasty and he did not want to jeopardize his relations with the 3 holy lands of the ocean state. It would endanger the Holy Ji Palace's position. If Lu Zishuan and the others were to return to Cliff State City, all parties involved, be it the Lu clan or the 3 holy lands, would definitely look into the matter. Lu Zishuan and the others would have had to talk even if they did not want to. It was something that Yi Futian knew for sure that the 3 holy lands would pull. But if Lu Zishuan and the others were to simply go missing, even if they were not dead, no one would pay any attention to Yi Huang, his alter ego. "To the Holy Ji Palace then." Lu Yu did not hesitate. The Holy Ji Palace was a holy land after all. "Sis." Lu Han turned to look at Lu Zishuan. Lu Zishuan turned to look at Yi Futian with complicated eyes. She was struggling inside. If Yi Futian had not killed someone from her family, he would have been someone near perfection, and being able to watch him grow as she trained, would have been a dream come true. She eventually came to a decision and her eyes looked determined as she said, "I'm going to the Holy Ji Palace with you." Yi Futian looked at Lu Zixuan and said, "You should know very well that if the Lu clan or Lin Yu were to give the order, those people would have had no qualms about killing me to preserve their clan's interests. Them taking Lu Yu back then was a good enough proof. As such, there is no need for you to hate me." "I don't hate you," Lu Zixuan replied in a gentle voice, "it's just that, I don't feel good inside." "Yeah." Yi Futian nodded and said, "Let's go then." They then turned around and walked towards the sea. They stepped onto the black dragon, who then took to the skies, and all of the monsters around them headed in the same direction. It was a magnificent sight to behold on the water. Many felt restless for quite a while back in the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State. They found out later from their scouts that Lu Zong of Shihua's Sacred Mountain was not the only one who returned. Lin Shubai, Tong He, and the others of the 9 State College returned as well. Mighty ones of other holy lands had returned to their respective holy lands one after another. The whereabouts of the ones from the Holy Ji Palace, who left with Xia Qingyuan, however, remained unknown. The elders of those who left, Huang Shi, Su Shang, and the others, were still back in the Holy Ji Palace. They were all worried sick. Relationships aside, their descendants were the most powerful and talented bunch from the Holy Ji Palace, other than Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. They were the future of the place. While Huang Shi and Yu Qi were still holding on with the sacred war, the future remained with those who had left. Furthermore, Yi Futian had been training outside all that while, and even Qin Zhuang was ordered to return first by Yi Futian himself. Without the backbone of the Holy Ji Palace around, everyone grew restless easily. A bird-type demonic beast zipped past above the Holy Ji Palace at the moment. The Holy Ji Palace turned rowdy all of a sudden. Their palace lord had returned. One figure after another took to the air, and many others walked out. All of them were heading towards the direction where Yi Futian made his appearance. Yi Futian landed in the Holy Sage Pavilion. Yu Qi, Huang Shi, Yun Shang, the Sword Demon, and the others came up and cupped their hands at Yi Futian. "Palace Lord." They found that Yi Futian looked even more refined. The time he had spent training outside had definitely yielded considerable results. Yi Futian had also brought several people back, but no one paid any attention to them. "How many from the Holy Lands have returned?" Yi Futian asked. While he got to know a thing or two from his bird friend, he still saw the need to ask for further details. "There was news just a while ago that almost all members of the Holy Lands have returned to their respective Holy Lands," Qin Zhuang answered. Yi Futian nodded slightly and said, "My big brother and Jieyu are on this trip out there after all. If the others were able to return safe and sound, there is no way Big Brother and the others would be in trouble. Something must be holding them up. There is no need to worry for the time being. We'll await further news." "Will do." Everyone nodded, but they all understood that Yi Futian was probably more worried than they were. "Futian." Dozhan came to his side at that moment. "Teacher," Yi Futian called. "Is there anything you need of me?" Dozhan asked. "Please make a trip to the war state and bring Yu Sheng home," Yi Futian said. Yu Sheng had been training for more than 3 years outside. "All right." Dozhan nodded and said, "I'll be off then." He then turned around and walked right after that. Chapter 903, The Return of the Geniuses to Their Respective Holy Lands, kicked up quite a ruckus throughout the 9 states. The return of the geniuses to their respective Holy Lands kicked up quite a ruckus throughout the 9 states. The news of what happened in the Xia clan back then made it public knowledge that the supervising inspector of the 9 states had brought the geniuses out for pilgrimages. Furthermore, it was said that they were able to earn eligibility for training in upper worlds. While many were puzzled by what that actually meant, it was said throughout the 9 states that it had been a privilege reserved only for saints. As such, the return of the geniuses naturally attracted the attention of the masses. On the contrary, no one cared about the news regarding Yi Futian's return to the Holy Ji Palace, as no one knew what he had been up to for the past several years, and there was no way that they knew that a great incident that shook all three holy lands of the ocean state had taken place there. After all, the endless ocean had been the place with the least contact with other states, not taking into account the barren state of old. Right now, the attention that the barren state had attracted far exceeded that of the endless ocean. The endless ocean was impossibly huge, and it was a huge body of water after all. Dozhan took Yu Sheng, who was training in the Vajra region, home, several days after Yi Futian returned to the Holy Ji Palace. There were quite a number of people gathering at the Holy Sage Pavilion at that moment. Yu Sheng was the most renowned figure after Yi Futian in the Holy Ji Palace. Everyone knew that the one who was said to have grown up with Yi Futian would one day become the most powerful figure, second only to Yi Futian, throughout the barren state. He had been like a devil back in the nine-state forum. Even the rumored sword spirit, Yaya, of the Tombkeeper village, lost to him. At that moment, Yi Futian and many others in the Holy Ji Palace were gauging Yu Sheng from head to toe. He seemed to have changed little over the years. His stout frame continued to exude a faint pressure to those around him. He was still the guy who clearly oozed with brimming power. How was training in the Vajra region? Yi Futian asked with a smile. Great, the Vajra region lord instructed me personally, Yu Sheng answered. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. It was the Vajra region lord himself who extended a personal invitation to Yu Sheng, asking him to train in the Vajra region. It was obvious that the lord saw something in Yu Sheng. What about the students of the Vajra region then? Do they not envy you? Yi Futian asked. Why would they? They were all so reluctant to see me off, and many of them actually came to send me off. Yu Sheng shook his head and answered. Yi Futian's expression looked rather peculiar and asked, You sure they were reluctant? Sure seems so. Yu Sheng nodded. The people who train in Buddhism look real sincere. They sure were sincere, all right. There were actually students who were saying their goodbyes in tears when I was bringing Yu Sheng home, Dozhan added with a sheepish smile. Yi Futian imagined the scene and struggled to keep himself from laughing and then asked, Any progress with your level? Currently at Magi level, will be reaching middle level soon. Yu Sheng then asked, Care to see for yourself? No need for that. I'm almost an upper level myself. No way you can beat me, Yi Futian answered rather nonchalantly. Everyone laughed while Yu Sheng shot a despised look at him. Futian, Dozhan called, and Yi Futian turned his eyes to Dozhan. Teacher, are the students who went to study at the Vajra back too? Yeah. Dozhan nodded and added, I've asked them about that as well. Any news then? Yi Futian's chest tightened somewhat. The others rescinded their mood for jokes as they turned to look at Dozhan. According to the returning students of the Vajra region, Xia Qingyuan had brought them to many places to train for the past several years. Furthermore, there were not only people of the 9 states around. There were also some supremely talented people from the upper worlds, and they were more numerous than those from the 9 states, Dozhan elaborated. Yi Futian's expression looked somber. The 9 states were all of Emperor Xia's orthodoxy. But Emperor Xia seemed to have control over the upper worlds as well instead of just the 9 states alone. The 9 states simply served as the foundation of the lower worlds. It was also an enigma as to why Xia Qingyuan brought so many mighty ones for training. According to the people of the Vajra region, our people seemed to have offended someone during the process and there were scuffles. They should be in the upper worlds right now. Dozhan continued, as for specific news, even the Vajra region ones know little. They suggested for me to go ask about the Xia clan, as they would probably know more. Yi Futian's frown tightened listening to Dozhan's words. He knew that those from the Holy Ji Palace who went out would have been very united. If one were to run into any trouble, the others would have helped settle it. That was probably the reason why none of their people had returned. As for specific details regarding what took place, there was no way he could have known anything from where he was. But then again, if the ones from the Vajra region did not say much about specifics, then there shouldn't be any huge problems. So, the news wasn't all that bad and we don't have to worry too much, Dozhan added. The news at least proved that those from the Holy Ji Palace were safe. Yeah. Yi Futian nodded. But then again, how could we not worry? I'll venture outside with the village chief a little, Dozhan continued. Saints were allowed free passage to the upper worlds after all. No, get to the Xia clan and ask about specifics. We'll decide from there, Yi Futian said. I've something to report, Palace Lord. Someone came at that moment. Yi Futian turned around at them and asked, what is it? News from the Summer State said that those who passed the training were known as the Heavenly Chosen Ones, and the list of those who made it was announced. The messenger bowed and added, the list was, of course, about those who passed the training. Heavenly Chosen Ones. Yi Futian's eyes turned sharp. Heavenly Chosen Ones, eh? So Xia Qingyuan is saying that the upper worlds are heaven then? Any specifics? Yi Futian asked. There were many from holy lands who made it, and the Holy Ji Palace was the only holy land without any qualifying candidate, the messenger continued, but they sounded somewhat unnatural. All the eyes around were on the messenger in an instant. No one from the Holy Ji Palace of the barren state made the cut. Among those who ventured outside, there was Yi Futian's third brother, Jieyu, Huang Jioga, and the others. All of them were exceptionally talented people. None of them made it. The matter apparently seemed very off. Did the people of the Holy Ji Palace happen to offend Xia Qingyuan then? There is another piece of news, the messenger continued. Carry on, Yi Futian said. News from the eastern states said that Lu Zong was on the list of the Heavenly Chosen Ones. Shihua Sacred Mountain made the announcement in the eastern state. Furthermore, there is news about a marriage alliance about to take place between Shihua Sacred Mountain and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty. The two who are scheduled to be married are Lu Zong and Zhou Zi of the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty, the messenger continued. The eyes of everyone turned sharp in mere moments. The Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty is at war with the Holy Ji Palace and Shihua Sacred Mountain is planning a wedding with the Sacred Dynasty. What is the meaning of this? Yang Zhao's expression turned sharp instantly and he said, Shihua Sacred Mountain has been staying behind the scenes with everything. Their shadows were actually in just about everything. With Lu Zong being made a heavenly chosen one and the Great Zhou Sacred Dynasty suffering heavy casualties, it seems that it is the Sacred Dynasty benefiting from this marriage alliance at first glance, but Shihua Sacred Mountain probably has their own ideas about things. Yi Futian nodded. While he did not like Lu Zong, he at least acknowledged that Zhou Zi was not a good fit for him. Back in the Chess Saint Villa, Lu Zong seemed to have been plotting something like that. He had great ambitions, wanting to unify the eastern state and all. Futian, I will go to the upper worlds with the village chief and see what is actually happening, Dozhan said. Yi Futian shook his head. No, stay here in the palace, teacher. I'll have the village chief take me up there instead. You going to the upper worlds? Dozhan looked at Yi Futian and continued, according to what I know, non-saints are not able to have free passage in the upper worlds, unless, the sky stairwell and the decree of ascension, Yi Futian said. The eyes of Dozhan and the others flashed. It was apparent that Yi Futian had deliberately looked into how to get to the upper worlds. Yi Futian had indeed done his homework. With Jieyu and his brothers and sisters off on their pilgrimages, it was only natural that he felt the need to learn more. As such, he went to learn more about the upper worlds when he was training in the Nine-State College. Getting up the sky stairwell exists only in the legends of the Nine States. It was said that there had been people who tried it before. You might be the most exceptional figure there is, but if you fail to make it, the price might be death. The difficulty of obtaining the decree of ascension through the sky stairwell is said to be far higher than becoming a saint. It has been almost forgotten throughout the Nine States and you don't see anything about it other than in old texts. Many looked severely worried as Sage Wanxiang elaborated. It seemed that core figures of the Holy Ji Palace knew quite a lot. The world is a big place and there is no saying that there are places you can't go, Yi Futian said casually. The heavenly chosen ones are allowed to train in the upper worlds, yet none of the students of the Holy Ji Palace made it. If that is the case, we'll just do it the hard way, he thought. Count me in, Yuxing said as well. Yi Futian took a look at him and did not refuse. He nodded and said, all right. Fine then. When shall we depart? Dozhan asked. The village chief's speed greatly surpassed his, making him a better choice to take Yi Futian. Right now. We'll make a trip to the Xia clan before that, Yi Futian said. A figure was seen walking from afar as soon as he finished. Yi Futian turned around and saw the village chief, who said, if that's the case, let's go then. Sword Will was invoked as soon as he finished and a huge sword appeared beneath his feet. Yi Futian and Yuxing stepped onto it and looked at everyone else. Yi Futian then said, I'll be off then. Be careful. Everyone looked at him. He really thinks he can get to the upper worlds just like that? Well, only Yi Futian would be capable of something like that, it seems. Chapter 904, In the Summer State, a destructive blade of light streaked across the sky and landed outside the Xia clan. In the Summer State, a destructive blade of light streaked across the sky and landed outside the Xia clan. A figure appeared in thin air and saw the village chief, Yi Futian, and Yi Sheng. The three of them had been to the Summer State before. The other naturally recognized them. What have you come for, Lord Yi? The one who had come said with a bow. We have come to see Saint Xia. Yi Futian bowed slightly. The person from the Xia clan looked Yi Futian over and said, Please come in, Lord Yi. I've sent someone to announce your arrival. I can't be sure if Saint Xia will see you though. All right, thank you. Yi Futian nodded and once again followed the other into the Xia clan. Before long, there was word that Saint Xia had agreed to see Yi Futian, whereupon Yi Futian was brought to wait outside the hall. Lord Yi. At this time, many people were walking out of the hall, all of them youths of the Xia clan. Moreover, all of them were those who had gone to undergo trials and returned. Have you come to undergo a trial? A youth asked Yi Futian. Yes. Yi Futian nodded. Have you had any news of my people from the barren state? The youth smiled faintly. At first, the master asked you to undergo a trial and you refused. Now you've come to ask for one. Yi Futian furrowed his brow but did not say anything. After all, he had come to ask for a favor. It's already been 3 years since the banquet. How has your cultivation in the palace been going? The youth asked. Yi Futian looked at him and said, I am a mid-level magi. Excellent, I am also on this plane. For the past 3 years, I have been quite conscientious about cultivating. Could you give me a tip or two? Asked the youth with a smile. Over these past 3 years of trials, he had made a lot of progress, gone to many places, ruins, ancient temples, training fields, and even places of slaughter. Although he had not obtained the qualifications to be chosen by the heavens, he still felt that of those on the same plane as him, other than those few had undergone the trials, there were very few who were a match for him. Yi Futian was, without a doubt, the best touchstone in the 9 states. I did not come to the Xia clan to teach. Yi Futian shook his head. If you defeat me, I will tell you some things that I know, the youth said with a smile. Yi Futian suddenly turned and looked at him, his hair flowing in the wind. Are you ready? He asked suddenly. Xia Yan's face froze, and then he smiled. He stepped forward and a mighty aura swept out from him. The powerful aura covered a vast area. He looked at Yi Futian and said, I'm ready. The people around Xia Yan parted, and they looked at the two of them with great interest. They wanted to see who was stronger between Xia Yan and Yi Futian. Whoosh! The wind blew past. Yi Futian stepped out, and an invisible airflow covered his body. At the same time, Xia Yan's aura became stronger and stronger. It seemed like there was a dragon-shaped airflow around his body. It turned into a billowing force and swept out towards Futian. But as Futian stepped forward, it seemed that he was not hindered at all. He continued forward, and then suddenly accelerated like a bolt of lightning. Retreat. Xia Yan thrust his hand into the air and suddenly, a terrible airflow wildly rushed towards Futian like a real dragon. But golden radiance shone on Futian's body. As his long hair flowed in the wind, his body was not hindered in any way. He crossed through all the airflow and continued forward as if there was no power in the world that could stop him. Xia Yan saw him coming closer and closer and his face suddenly changed. He saw Futian raise his hand and thrust it through the air towards him. The air seemed to split and his terrible chi power was directly split. The fist got closer and closer until it finally hit him. Xia Yan only felt an astonishing tearing force descend upon his body as if Futian could have torn him apart if he wanted to. Boom! A loud sound rang out and Xia Yan went flying. He fell to the ground and spat up blood. His face was pale. This was the result of Futian's mercy. It could have been much worse. Thank you for letting me win, said Futian. Xia Yan stood up. His face was pale and his previous pride and self-confidence had completely disappeared. How could this be? After more than 3 years of trials, he had progressed so much. He had even learned of the powers of upper-level cultivators from outside the 9 states. Although he was not a top player, he was still very good. He had thought that once he returned to the 9 states, he would have few rivals on the same plane as him. Today, he had happened to run into Futian and so he wanted to test his past 3 years of cultivation. However, there had only been one blow. But the blow had been too much for him. Xia Yan. A voice came out from the hall. A figure walked out. It was Saint Xia. A talent like Lord Yi is rare in the 9 states. You have cultivated for 3 years, but do you think that he did nothing? Saint Xia said indifferently, and there was a bit of disapproval in his tone. Xia Yan bowed his head and said, I was too arrogant. You can cultivate your body and your mind, but if you don't change your state of mind, you will never be a match for Lord Yi. Step back, Saint Xia said. Xia Yan nodded and stepped to the side. Saint Xia looked at Futian. Beside him were several cultivators who had also returned. I have come to see you. Futian bowed. After 3 years it seems that your strength is even more extraordinary. What you just did was the spatial rule power space tearing, right? Saint Xia asked. He had naturally sensed the previous battle. The punch that Futian had just thrown contained tearing power. If not for him showing mercy, Xia Yan would have died after one blow and would have had no place to be buried. I learned it from the spatial rule power not long ago. Futian nodded slightly. No wonder you didn't go to the trials. It was probably your absolute self-confidence. Even though you didn't go, you've still advanced so much, Saint Xia praised him. Futian had been good at space freezing rule power, and now he understood space tearing. This was reaching harmony between the different spatial rule powers. I didn't go to the trials, but I didn't waste the last 3 years. I spent a period of time cultivating in 9 State College and made some progress, said Futian. Saint Xia nodded slightly. Have you come because the disciples of the barren state have not returned? And to ask you to notify me. Futian bowed slightly. Although he wanted to go to the upper worlds, he also wanted to know what had happened. Otherwise, what would he do after he went there? Where would he go? Xia Nan, tell Lord Yi, Saint Xia said to a youth next to him. Xia Nan was one of the chosen, having qualified to cultivate in the upper worlds. Xia Nan's looks and bearing were extraordinary. His gaze fell upon Futian and he said, when the people of the 9 states went with the supervising inspector to the trials, they went to many places, even places far from the 9 states. In these trials, the disciples of the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State performed very well. Moreover, They worked as a team and were highly regarded. However, they were too persistent and tenacious. In the process of exploring some ruins, the disciples from the Holy Ji Palace and some upper-level forces had a conflict. Something was stolen by Yi Wuqian, who had highly cultivated his life spirit in the Holy Ji Palace. However, the others were also extremely proud and powerful. They would not let the matter drop, and so there was a fierce struggle. Yi Futian did not interrupt. He listened quietly, but he could not help but be a little nervous. I'm not sure what happened in the end. I only heard a general outline. It seems that Yi Wuqian's life spirit was removed, said Xia Nan. Rumble. Yi Futian's head trembled fiercely. A violent aura filled his body which he could not control in any way, and it burst forth. With his level, it should not have been like this, but at this moment he could not control it. A terrible airflow swept out from his entire body. It was not only him. Next to him, a burst of wild air also burst out from Yu Sheng. It seemed like the flames of fury were burning. His life spirit had been removed. The life spirit of a cultivator was extremely important. Yi Futian knew this especially well. Wuqian had cultivated his spirit elemental system and had connected his life spirit to his spiritual energy through a silver sword. If his life spirit was removed, what would the consequences be? Saint Xia looked at Yi Futian and Yusheng strangely. Why had they reacted so strongly? This was not like these two proud figures of the 9 states. Xia Nan was also a bit taken aback. These people from the Holy Ji Palace of the Barren State were really united. In the process of undergoing trials, he had asked for advice. Yi Wuqian of the Barren State did not seem to have a strong presence among the cultivators of the Barren State. He was always very low-key and spoke very little. But he had never thought that upon hearing that something had happened to him, Yi Futian would have such a strong reaction. And it wasn't just him, Yu Sheng was the same. Where are they now? Yi Futian's voice trembled a little bit. He blamed himself somewhat. He should have accompanied them on their trials from the start. Of course, it was more from anger. The treasure had been found by Wuqian and refined into his life spirit, so it should have been his. But his life spirit had been removed. When he thought of this, he felt uncontrollable anger. As for the performance of the people from the Holy Ji Palace, there will be those who will be chosen and qualified to enter the upper worlds. But they probably gave up on that and asked the supervising inspector to give them some other opportunity. It probably had to do with Yi Wuqian, said Saint Xia. Later we came back, and the people from the Holy Ji Palace are probably in the upper worlds. Specifically, who were the others? Yi Futian asked. Lord Yi, even though those of the Saint Plane can go to the upper worlds, I must remind you that the others must be very strong. At the very least they are no weaker than the great Zhou sacred dynasty, said Saint Xia. He meant to remind Yi Futian that if the 2 saints from the palace went to the upper worlds and there was a conflict, it would not be beneficial to them. Please tell me, Yi Futian asked. If your saints want to, they can go to Jiutian Palace to see, said Xia Nan. Thank you. Yi Futian bowed slightly, then looked at Saint Xia and said, Forgive me for bothering you. No problem, said Saint Xia indifferently. Although he had been a bit dissatisfied with Yi Futian at his banquet, it was not anything too major. It was just that Yi Futian was a little too proud. The disciples of the palace were the same. It seemed that they had come to grief in the process of undergoing the trials. After Yi Futian left, Saint Xia asked Xia Nan, Do you think Yi Futian will let his saints go? Xia Nan looked up at Saint Xia and saw him smile and say, Did you not see that there were only 3 of them this time? A saint, plus him and Yu Sheng. What do you mean? A strange look came over Xia Nan's face. That shouldn't have been possible. The people of the 9 states have gradually forgotten that there is a road to the upper worlds, the path that ascends to heaven, whispered Saint Xia as he looked in the direction that Yi Futian had disappeared. But how long has it been since anyone has dared to try that road? It is rumored that the path that ascends to heaven is even more difficult than the battle of proving holiness. Although this child appears to be humble, he is prouder than anyone else. He might think that there is no one like him in the 9 states. That was clear from what he said at the 9 states platform. From his past style, it seems that there is nothing he won't dare to try. Chapter 905. If you traveled all the way to the western part of the 9 states and passed through the summer state, you would come to the border of the 9 states. If you traveled all the way to the western part of the 9 states and passed through the summer state, you would come to the border of the 9 states. Here laid a city of wonders. This city was not large, and it did not have many cultivators, but visitors from the 9 states would often come to see the marvelous city. Now, Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and the village chief had come. Before them lay a white jade staircase that led up into the sky. If they looked up, they could faintly see that this staircase led through the clouds and reached up into the vaults of heaven. It was rumored that this was the road to the upper worlds, the path that ascended to heaven. This white jade staircase that stretched into the sky was almost 60,000 meters high. If you wanted to get to the sky, it could not be ignored. Countless people had tried to fly up. They flew up into the sky and then went in the direction of the staircase, but they could not get close to it. It was rumored that the upper realms had a marvelous power that made it so that unless you had set foot upon the Saint Plane and mastered the rule power of the Great Path, you could not break through the barrier that separated the sky from the upper worlds. Otherwise, if you wanted to go to the upper worlds, there was only this path that ascended to heaven. There were many legends in the 9 states. It was said that there was an abode of immortals up there, that it was the abode of Emperor Xia, and that there was a peerless divine chamber. The rumors that had circulated through the 9 states were half true and half false. Only those from the Holy Lands and the top powers were faintly aware of the truth. The sky stairwell, the path to the decree of ascension. Yi Futian looked at the beautifully made staircase and sighed inwardly. The powers of the world were really marvelous. Those who sought to rebel against heaven had no way to capture the creations of heaven and earth. Those who went up this 60,000-meter staircase could obtain a decree of ascension and gain access to the upper worlds for cultivation, and moreover, could travel freely between the upper and lower worlds. However, some of the rumors said that the success rate for the sky stairwell was even lower than that of the battle for proving holiness, so much so that the people of the 9 states had gradually forgotten that this method for entering the upper worlds existed. Holy Elder, wait for us in the upper worlds, Yi Futian said to the village chief. The village chief nodded. Be careful. After he said this, he shot up into the sky like a sword of light, passing through the clouds in the blink of an eye and disappearing without a trace. Let's go, Yu Sheng, said Yi Futian, and the two of them walked to the staircase. There were many people below the stairs looking at the two of them. 2 more guys wanted to try the stairway, but they were wasting their time. They might not even be qualified to deal with dangers they might meet. They would be shocked by what they would run into up there. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng ignored them. They began to walk up extremely quickly. Soon, if you looked up into the sky, you could see that the two of them had pierced through the clouds and were gradually disappearing. They had already made it to high up in the sky. Clouds and mist drifted across the stairway, revealing its magical atmosphere. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt an invisible pressure pressing down on them, but they looked like they didn't care. The two of them were shooting up into the sky at an incredible speed. Rumble. Suddenly, an incredibly strong gravitational force pressed on them, making it feel like they were bearing 10,000 pounds of pressure on their bodies. It was gravity rule power, and it stifled them. They slowed down a bit, but they did not stop. They continued to climb. The pressure grew stronger and stronger. A terrible airflow flowed down the staircase. It hit them like a ferocious wave, making their clothes flutter, and the sound of it impacting their bodies was frightful. At the end of the staircase was a majestic palace. If one stood in the air above the palace, they could overlook the entire staircase. The entire palace formed a pitch arc, and a soaring celestial gate stood in front of it. In front of the palace and on the promenade on top of it, there were many cultivators standing guard. They were all wearing armor of the same color and looked very grave. At that time, there were two figures at the very top of the palace who were eating and drinking, appearing at ease. Don't worry too much, Qingyun. Although guarding the sky stairwell is a leisurely job, you can use the opportunity to train your temperament. Isn't this period of peaceful cultivation great? You only have a year, and I have to guard here for 3. At that moment a middle-aged man was smiling as he said this, and clinking glasses with the youth sitting before him. Please don't try to comfort me, Commander. How can I train my temperament here? There's nothing here but boredom. Li Qingyun smiled bitterly and shook his head as he took a sip of wine. Ha, it is because of the boredom that you are able to train your temperament, the middle-aged commander laughed. Just as he spoke, a sort of light flashed and he saw a figure standing outside the palace waiting quietly. A strange look came over the middle-aged commander's face. It was a cultivator of the Saint Plain. He didn't know from which power of the 9 states he had come. There have been very few cultivators from the 9 states who have come to the upper worlds these past few years, the middle-aged commander said. But more than 3 years ago, Princess Qingyuan summoned them together for a trial. At that time, there were many people from the 9 states who qualified to come to the upper worlds, and even to cultivate with the princess. Speaking of which, you come from a great household, Qingyun. You will probably have a chance to cultivate with the princess, but you will have to grasp the opportunity when it comes. When Li Qingyun heard Xia Qingyuan's name, his manner became a bit more dignified. She was the unparalleled princess born of Emperor Xia and the foremost beauty of the realm whose beauty shocked the world. Emperor Xia said that her talent surpassed his own, and one day she may surpass his achievements. She was destined for greatness from birth. She was like a goddess. Who in the realm had not thought this? But he was afraid that it was nearly impossible to gain her attention. Even if one was exceedingly talented, she had so many heroic figures around her. Moreover, it seemed like she did not have any thoughts along those lines. Her whole heart was set on cultivation, and she even traveled wearing men's clothing. And Emperor Xia doted on her. To become Xia Qingyuan's lover would be glorious. He could only say that he had a chance. Most of the heroes of the realm don't understand what the princess went down to the lower world for. Although the 9 states occasionally produces some talents, how can they be compared with those of the upper worlds? There was a sense of superiority in Li Qingyun's voice. He came from a famous family, and his ancestors had followed Emperor Xia, and so he naturally looked down on the 9 states, the so-called land of orthodoxy. Although this is the case, there are occasionally some shockingly brilliant talents. There is a saint ranking in the lower world, and the top 3 on it are all outstanding figures. Moreover, there are some people who have great fame in the upper worlds. You probably have heard of them, said the middle-aged commander. But in the end, they are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, said Li Qingyun. There was a group of people from the lower world who went to Futian temple. I really don't know if they lived or died. If the princess gave them a fair chance, they might have survived. That's true. The middle-aged commander nodded. Let's keep drinking. Far away, the village chief furrowed his eyebrows. Even here people knew about what had happened at Futian temple. At that moment, there was a violent shaking from the stairway below them. The middle-aged commander's eyes flashed, and he said, there seems to be some movement on the stairway. Let's go see. Could it be that there was someone who couldn't climb the stairway? An interesting look came over Li Qingyun's face. It seemed to be a bit disdainful. He picked up his wine glass and walked over to the edge of the palace. He looked up into the sky and saw the violent fluctuations in the airflow. A wild sound echoed faintly through the air. Their eyes suddenly became sharp. Their spiritual energy went down the stairway and they saw 2 figures walking up step by step. It seems that no one has made it this far on the stairway in a long time, the middle-aged commander said softly. And moreover, this time, it was 2 people. They probably didn't know that it would have been safer to not come here. Li Qingyun lifted the wineglass and took a sip. Because he had been sent here to guard, he had had a bit of a bad attitude all along. And now, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were walking up the stairway. When they looked up they could see the end of the stairway. A magnificent palace stood there, and celestial soldiers wearing armor. Brilliant rays of sunlight shone down from above. Their steps were heavy, but they continued steadily on towards the top. Who goes there? A voice rolled out, full of billowing power, echoing endlessly in their ears. Yi Futian, from the barren state. Yu Sheng, from the barren state. Their voices pierced the air and swept up into the sky. If you turn back now, we will not attack, another voice said from the direction of the palace. Thump. The response was the sound of footsteps. In the palace, the middle-aged commander said indifferently, Magus, sound the drum matrices. As he was speaking, a cultivator of the Magi Plains suddenly walked to the war drums in front of the palace. An incomparably solemn invisible force swept out. Boom. The fierce sound of drums rang out. The cultivators beat the drums and, in a flash, Yi Futian and Yu Sheng felt their hearts tremble. An extremely powerful force pressed down on them from the sky. The war drums seemed to carry the great path rules as the power struck them, making Yi Futian's hair dance wildly and tearing his clothes. Yi Futian's steps slowed, but he still continued forward. There was a loud bang and a violent force descended, penetrating everything like a death knell. Do you think they can withstand a few drums? Asked Li Qingyuan calmly as he leisurely lifted his wine. Their temperament is extraordinary, they can probably withstand the sound of 5 drums, said the middle-aged commander. The sound of the third drum swept out like a huge wave billowing into the sky. Each time a drum sounded, it was like facing the force of all of them overlapping, becoming more and more terrible. Cracking sounds came from Yi Futian and Yu Sheng's bodies, but they continued upward. The fourth and fifth drums sounded in turn, and each time, the power became more violent. A demonic light seemed to flow over Yu Sheng's body with dark yet golden radiance. Boom! Another drum sounded, penetrating his body and piercing inside of him. The sixth drum. A strange look came over the middle-aged commander's face. These two are very strong. Anyone who dares climb the sky stairwell can't be too weak. Let's see if they can get through this next one, said Li Qingyun indifferently. The sounds of the sixth and seventh drums rushed out and attacked Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Their bodies were extremely strong, and their spiritual wills were equally as unshakable. Boom! As the sound of the ninth drum swept down, the music overlapped like a mighty pressure overwhelming everything and rushing towards Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Yi Futian relied on the power of his flesh to resolve the attack, whereas Yu Sheng directly absorbed it. Suddenly, a boundless golden glow shone out, and a halo blazed. Roar! Yu Sheng opened his mouth and a loud noise swept out. A huge golden lion appeared behind him, hundreds of meters tall. The world trembled at this roar, and the sound of the war drums seemed to break against it as he pressed upwards. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators who were beating the war drums went pale. Their bodies shook and they spat up blood. The surfaces of the drums trembled without stopping. The drums echoed through the air, and the golden lion gradually dissipated. Yu Sheng glanced into the sky and continued forward like a demon. A strange look came over the faces of the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun on the palace. They were naturally shocked. In the process of climbing the sky stairwell, they had actually launched a counterattack. Chapter 906, the middle-aged leader smiled and asked, Qingyun, these two from the 9 states fared pretty well, didn't they? The middle-aged leader smiled and asked, Qingyun, these two from the 9 states fared pretty well, didn't they? Li Qingyun recovered from his shock and nodded lightly, replying, they are indeed outstanding to be able to send the shock back from the rule power and destroy the war drum matrix. However, If they wish to obtain the decree of ascension to enter the upper worlds, it is still far from enough. Let's continue watching. The middle-aged commander smiled as he continued saying, perhaps the people from the 9 states will surprise us. As his voice landed, the wall of the palace suddenly let out a blinding golden light. The light was extremely brilliant and it flowed down the stairwell, heading towards Futian and Yusheng. The two of them who were still a far distance from the palace raised their heads and looked towards the boundless glow. They had the illusion that every ray of light had transformed into shadows of sage plain cultivators and were rushing towards them. Futian and Yusheng could naturally feel that the shadows were at the magi level. The path that ascends to heaven had its own rules as well. Since they were at the magi cultivation level, there were countless magus rushing towards them. Coupled with the pressure of the stairwell, it was enough to overrun everything. They would not feel this much pressure even if they were facing an archmage. Futian continued as though he did not feel anything, taking step after step. Each step he took caused the stairwell to shake. Previously, although the two of them had faced immense pressure on the way up, it did not affect their speed much. They were only forced to stop when the war drum matrix appeared. Thump. Futian took another step and an invisible wave spread around his body. The rays of light that were rushing towards him were shattered and could not faze him. Yusheng looked like a half-Buddha, half-demon, and huge sounds erupted from his body. He was experiencing more pressure than Futian since his cultivation level was lower than Futian's. Even so, Yusheng did not step back an inch. He moved forward step by step, allowing the rampaging force to strike his body. From the palace, they could see 2 figures walking through the army with steady steps and an exceptional aura. Even in the upper worlds, these people would be prodigious. I am really curious what their identities in the lower worlds are. Would they be the geniuses of the Orthodoxy Holy Lands? The middle-aged commander commented. The pressure from the stairwell was multiplied with the matrix's pressure. Although the two of them appeared composed, they were under immense pressure. However, they continued forward steadily and did not waver in the slightest. They were indeed extremely outstanding. Commander. At that moment, figures flashed and appeared behind the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun. The group of people all had impressive auras and they looked down and saw 2 figures walking up the path that ascends to heaven. We had thought that it was our error, but there are people on the path that ascends to heaven indeed. I thought that there would be nothing interesting this year. How unexpected, these people are from the lower world's 9 states. Voices sounded from within the group. These people were all under Emperor Xia's command and were tasked with guarding the path that ascends to heaven. To those in Emperor Xia's army, this was an insignificant task that would be rotated every once in a while, usually annually. Yes, the 2 of them are magus. Does anyone among you with the same cultivation level wish to test them? The middle-aged commander smiled and asked. Can they withstand the illusion attack? If we step it, we would be bullying them too much. Someone commented coolly. From the looks of it, it should be fine. These 2 should be the most outstanding people from the 9 states. If you wish to, you can step in. The middle-aged commander replied, smiling. Since that is so, I will send them back. A voice sounded out as a figure flashed across, moving towards the path that ascends to heaven. Following that, there were people moving forward in succession. In the blink of an eye, 9 magus had stepped onto the path that ascends to heaven, standing opposite Futian and Yusheng. Gentlemen. At that moment, a young magi lowered his gaze and looked towards Futian and Yusheng, saying, will you 2 go back yourselves or will we have to force you to? Futian and Yusheng raised their heads and looked at the 9 people in the air. However, they ignored them and continued walking. This is the path that ascends to heaven, ascending it is a tribulation. You 2 have exceptional potential to be able to reach this far. Turn back, don't hurt yourself. A middle-aged figure crossed his arms around his body and advised them. The path that ascends to heaven is a tribulation. Yi Futian looked at the people in the air and stepped forward as he replied, allowing the rampaging force to rush onto his body. Where is the difficulty in this? Yi Futian said coolly, taking another step upwards. A smirk appeared on the middle-aged man's face as he replied, as you wish, experience its difficulty for yourself. As he said that, his body moved forward and he appeared in front of Yi Futian instantly, like a phantom. As his sword appeared, Sword Chi flooded the area as countless swords slashed towards Yi Futian. The Great Path's swords could eradicate everything. Amidst the blades of light, the people in the air could not bear to look at Yi Futian. The Great Path sword had already slashed down and countless blades descended upon Yi Futian. However, at that moment, their expressions became astounded. It was as though the middle-aged man had stopped moving as he held the blade and pointed it towards Yi Futian's head, but did not pierce forward. Yi Futian raised his head and looked at the other party as the sword was unable to pierce forward. The middle-aged man's expression was pale, as if he were the one withstanding the pressure of the path that ascends to heaven, not Yi Futian. Where is the difficulty? Yi Futian asked again. He stretched his finger forward and flicked the sword lightly. He then waved his sleeve and the middle-aged swordsman was sent flying without any struggle. The crowd looked at Yi Futian and mumbled in bewilderment. It's spatial rule power. The middle-aged commander's expression was sharp. At that moment, an extremely strong spatial rule power had appeared around Yi Futian, freezing the space around them, especially the region that was near his body. The rule power was so strong that it had caused the other party to be unable to even move. Thump. Yi Futian continued stepping up and said nonchalantly, "Get out of the way." There was an absolute pressure in his voice, causing even the middle-aged commander and Li Qingyun to shudder. His tone was like that of a superior being, with a commanding feeling. This magi must have been someone who gave orders in the lower worlds and had a high position. However, no matter who he was, he still dared to be this arrogant in the upper worlds. Daring to make them get out of the way, how impudent. The 8 experts on the stairway all looked down at the same time. They had been ignored by a person from the lower worlds. The rule power on their bodies erupted. The light from the mirror caused immense pressure to Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, but to them, it boosted their power. When the 8 of them attacked, countless spears descended from the air. At that moment, Yu Sheng stepped in front of Yi Futian. He changed into his battle form and looked like a Buddha. Boundless rays of light burst forth from him and tens of thousands of arms appeared on his battle form, like a thousand-hand Buddha, blocking out the entire area, allowing the rule power to land on it. They caused the Buddha form to shake, but Yu Sheng appeared unfazed and a terrifying demonizing rule power flowed around his body, devouring the oncoming attacks. With Yu Sheng shielding him, Yi Futian casually continued forward. He did not step in, he also wanted to see how far Yu Sheng had come after the 3 years of cultivation. The 8 experts' attacks landed at the same time, but at that moment, the thousands of arms on the battle form moved. They flooded the area, releasing the force that they had devoured. It was as if the attacks it had suffered only made it stronger. A catastrophic attack erupted on the path that ascends to heaven, causing the air to vibrate vigorously. Beat the drums. Li Qingyun saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng walking forward as though nothing was happening and said coolly. These 2 people were treating them as though they did not exist. He could not have that. Figures flashed as they beat the war drums. In a split second, the sound of the drums resonated throughout the area and the pressure crushed down onto the path that ascends to heaven again. Form the matrix. Li Qingyun continued to say. Immediately, a huge magi army stepped forward and appeared in front of the palace. They looked at the area below and to their surprise, the 2 of them had already made it this far. "Commander, I will personally step in," Li Qingyun said as he stepped in front of the palace and floated in the air. The aura on their bodies resonated with the drums and applied tremendous pressure. "Suppress," Li Qingyun said. On his command, the experts all struck at the same time. It was as though they had combined to become a single battle matrix. A giant burly figure appeared at the back of the battle matrix. He stepped across the air and launched a formidable attack that rushed towards Futian and Yusheng. Bang, bang, bang. Yusheng's body shook violently and the battle form looked like it would collapse any time. The other party had summoned experts to form a matrix and borrowed the strength of the war drums as well as the pressure from the path that ascends to heaven. The combined strength had far exceeded the level of a magi cultivator. Yusheng, let me. Futian said. No need. Yusheng continued forward as he replied, allowing the dreadful force to rush into his body. Cracks sounded from within his body as rays of light passed through it. Futian had a surprised expression as he watched the scene. Yusheng was using their attacks to strengthen his body. A holy Buddhist light emerged and it seemed all-encompassing. As it tempered Yusheng's body, some parts of his body gradually turned golden like pure gold. Crash! With another deafening sound, the force entered Yusheng's body and turned into a blinding light. His chest was also gradually turning golden. It seemed like his entire body would turn golden. Dark rays flowed around his golden body, like a demonic light, causing his golden body to be even more overbearing. Buddhist hymns sounded as brilliant golden rays appeared around Yusheng's body. Statues of ancient Buddhas appeared and Yusheng's battle form also transformed to an ancient Buddha. An even more tyrannical force erupted from his body as the aura around him reflected his cultivation level to be a mid-level magi. He had actually used the pressure to break through the bottleneck of his physical body, forging a golden body and breaking through his cultivation level. The golden ancient Buddha struck out with its hand, just like the Buddha's palm strike, but it contained less heat intent, but was fiercer. The other party's battle matrix also fired a fist that tore through the air and clashed with the Buddha's palm. In an instant, the palm was torn apart and the fist exploded, causing the experts within the battle matrix to be sent flying. Yusheng stepped forward and with a loud roar, the golden lion's roar clashed with the war drum's sound, causing the air to vibrate vehemently. At that moment, a figure stepped in the middle of the war drums and lion roar's sound waves, causing his robe to flap frantically. It was Li Qingyun. The force of the war drums gathered within his body. Even the roar was unable to waver his spiritual will as he looked down at Futian and Yusheng with a cold expression. No matter what your identity is in the lower worlds, keep your arrogance to yourself in the upper worlds. There are too many people that you can only look up to in the upper worlds. Li Qingyun said proudly. He stretched out his hand and the rule power in the area all transformed into his strength. A stunning current flowed around his arm as a terrifying thunderstorm appeared. The lightning flashed in the area and the current on the path that ascends to heaven became extremely violent, as though it would destroy them at any time. A storm hammer appeared in Li Qingyun's hand. Is that so? Futian replied. He stretched out his arm and a halberd appeared in his palm. Terrifying rule power flowed around the halberd and every atom seemed to have limitless power. Thump. Futian stepped forward and floated into the air, ignoring the pressure and moving into the air towards Li Qingyun. The thundering sound of the war drums reverberated around the area as Li Qingyun raised his arm. Waves of pressure engulfed the path that ascends to heaven. Seeing Futian approaching him, he smashed down with the storm hammer, crushing everything in its way. However, it was as if Futian did not feel the destructive force as he pierced forward with the halberd in his hands. A destructive current rushed forward like a black hole, shattering every ounce of force in its way. In the area, a destructive force rampaged and many people could not even open their eyes as they witnessed the two clashing. With the humming of thunder, the storm hammer disappeared and the crowd was shocked to see Futian's halberd pointing at Li Qingyun's throat. In the 9 states, under the Saint Plane, I do not need to look up to anyone. In the upper worlds, it is the same. Futian replied proudly to Li Qingyun's words. The halberd disappeared and Futian walked past him, with Yusheng following behind. Apart from those who had been knocked down by him, the others did not dare to stop them and watched as they ascended the path that ascends to heaven. They were thinking how there could be people from the 9 states who could ascend the stairway to the upper worlds in such arrogant fashion. Yi Futian and Yu Xing walked towards the village chief, then started to leave. A surprised expression appeared on the middle-aged commander's face as he said, "You still haven't taken the decree of ascension. Within the rules, I can come as I wish to the upper worlds. Why do I need the decree of ascension?" A voice sounded from the distance. The middle-aged commander stood in the palace and the expression on his face froze. Chapter 907, Above the ancient palace on the path that ascends to heaven, the middle-aged commander looked at the disappearing figures and smiled. Above the ancient palace on the path that ascends to heaven, the middle-aged commander looked at the disappearing figures and smiled. The 9 states Yi Futian and Yu Sheng. Since the little princess had gone to the lower worlds to select prodigies to look for the heavenly chosen ones, there would definitely be people from the 9 states who would become famous in the upper worlds. However, since the 2 of them had chosen to scale the path that ascends to heaven, they evidently did not follow the little princess in the trials. However, they had taken the path that ascends to heaven in such a dominating fashion. Evidently, to the 2 of them, there was no difference between the lower and upper worlds. In Emperor Xia's realm, he had seen too many geniuses, but such confident and arrogant people were few and far beyond. He claimed that he was unparalleled in the 9 states and would not need to look up to anyone even in the upper worlds. He wondered if the little princess had met the 2 of them in the 9 states. What was their purpose for entering the upper worlds? Li Qingyun stood rooted to the spot as the wind blew past, rustling his sleeve. There was still a stinging sensation at his throat. He had gathered the force of the battle matrix, war drums, and the pressure of the path that ascends to heaven, but that one halberd strike had caused him to feel a force that would destroy anything in its way. A person from the lower worlds had caused him to end up in such a sorry state. Qingyun. At that moment, a voice sounded. Li Qingyun looked towards the middle-aged commander with a complicated expression. Not just him, the people around them had also been overwhelmed. Although there would usually be nothing to do when guarding the path that ascends to heaven, but it was the first time that someone had ascended the path that ascends to heaven in such dominating fashion and it had startled them. Don't think too much about it. That person claims to be unparalleled in the 9 states, he must be one of the prodigies at the pinnacle of the 9 states. Every generation of the 9 states has been known to have a few geniuses that have startled the upper worlds. This generation will not be an exception as well. The middle-aged commander consoled him, afraid that Li Qingyun's frame of mind would suffer a blow. A loss is a loss. There is no need to comfort me, commander. Li Qingyun replied. Hearing his reply, the middle-aged commander knew that there was no impairment to his frame of mind and continued saying, "The 2 of them have taken the path that ascends to heaven, but don't even want the decree of ascension. It seems like they are rushing for something important, but what important matters can there be for them to come to the upper worlds from the lower worlds?" "Commander, you mean?" Li Qingyun looked at him and asked. "Didn't you previously mention about the matters in the lower worlds?" The middle-aged commander commented. A surprised expression appeared on Li Qingyun's face as he thought of something. He replied, "The Jiutian Temple." "Yes. Those people following the little princess in her trials are from the 9 states and are likely from Holy Lands. The 2 of them just now had a Saint Plain figure accompanying them and are evidently the same. If they came to the upper worlds for an emergency, it is very likely that they know those people and have come from the same Holy Land." The middle-aged commander deduced. He was an elite archmage and was the commander in charge of guarding the path that ascends to heaven. Naturally, he was an extremely clever person and soon linked the 2 incidents together. "Commander, I would like to take a few days off," Li Qingyun requested. "Okay, go ahead." The middle-aged commander smiled and replied, as though he had already anticipated it. "Commander, we want to have a look as well." Many people with strong backgrounds started to ask as well. The middle-aged commander glared at them. These fellows just didn't have the patience. Scram. The middle-aged commander waved his hand. The crowd all broke into laughter and replied, "We'll be on our way then, Commander." As they said that, their figures flashed and they left. Seeing them leave, the middle-aged commander smiled while shaking his head. He wanted to go and watch as well, but as the commander, he could not leave his post. If guarding the path that ascends to heaven was not such a free job, he would not let them leave either. After all, there was some risk to doing so. The Jyotian temple is probably going to be bustling now. The middle-aged commander looked into the distance and mumbled to himself. With the strength that the two of them had revealed, they would at least be able to make it to the 8th layer of heaven or even all the way to the 9th layer. Futian would naturally not care about what the people on the path that ascends to heaven thought. They had rushed the moment they reached the upper worlds. First, they found a map and got some information about the Jyotian temple, then made their way there quickly. At that moment, a blade of light traveled in the air speedily as though it could teleport through space. Futian stood on the blade as winds billowed towards him. He did not block it completely with spiritual chi and felt the violent winds beating on his body. His shirt billowed in the wind and his hair fluttered wildly. What rich spiritual chi, I can even feel the rule power. Futian said softly as he closed his eyes, feeling the air. Was this how it was like in the upper worlds? The village chief stood quietly behind him and Futian asked, "Village chief, have you been here before?" "Yes, but only for a short while. I am not familiar with it." The village chief nodded and replied. Back then, the Sword Saint of the Void's name was known throughout the world, not just in the 9 states, but also in Emperor Xia's realm. Futian nodded and replied, "Cultivating here is far better than the 9 states. Even breaking through the Sage Plane would not be that difficult." However, the people from the 9 states could not enter Emperor Xia's realm as and when they liked. Yu Sheng and him had forcefully taken the path that ascends to heaven, but the two of them were not good representations of the 9 states' strength. Anyone else, even the elites from the other holy lands, could probably not do it. Apart from taking the path that ascends to heaven, the only other way to the upper worlds was to enter the Saint Plane. This would make the 9 states filter only their most outstanding individuals to the upper worlds. After many generations, the people in Emperor Xia's realm were all the most outstanding cultivators. Futian naturally knew that the upper worlds actually referred to Emperor Xia's realm, which was under Emperor Xia's rule. Apart from that, the other Renhuangs also had their reign in the Divine Prefecture and created their own realms, ruling over boundless lower world regions. Futian would sometimes think to himself, how big is the Divine Prefecture exactly? At his level, he had gradually started to come in touch with the world. He also understood how strong the twin great emperors were to be able to rule over the entire Divine Prefecture. Of course, Futian had no time to think about this at the moment. His mind was occupied with the Jyotian Temple. The Jyotian Temple was not the sacred force that he had thought and was instead a battle arena that was split into 9 layers. It was a battle arena that was extremely famous in Emperor Xia's realm. The majority of the cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm would come to the Jyotian Temple to battle and try to make their way to the 9th layer of heaven and enter the Jyotian ranking. Those who were able to enter the Jyotian ranking were all unparalleled figures in Emperor Xia's realm and could freely enter any sacred force to cultivate. Of course, it was likely that these people were originally outstanding figures from these sacred forces. The Emperor Xia's realm little princess, Xia Qingyuan, was the youngest cultivator to enter the Jyotian ranking in the history of the Jyotian Temple. When she had entered the Jyotian Temple, she had been watched by the entire Emperor Xia's realm. The Jyotian Temple was packed full of people and such a scene had not appeared since Xia Qingyuan. Even on a normal day, the Jyotian Temple continued to be the most populated place in the Emperor Xia's realm. Emperor Xia's realm was extremely vast and the Jyotian Temple was situated in the center of Emperor Xia's realm. Even with the village chief's speed, they still took a few hours to reach the region where the Jyotian Temple was. The Jyotian Temple was full of people at the moment. The battles in the temple had already started for the day, and Yi Futian stood at the foot of the stairs to the temple, raising his head and looking up. He saw stairs leading up each level, and countless cultivators had split into the 9 battle regions. These were the 9 layers of heaven. The 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian temple was located 1,000 zhang away from the ground. Even with Yi Futian's vision, he could only see a blurry image. Yi Futian did not enter the Jiutian temple directly, but stayed in the vicinity to obtain some information. They then went to the Tianji Pavilion not far away from the Jiutian temple. The Tianji Pavilion was the top information brokerage in the Emperor Xia's realm and claimed to know everything. The 3 of them entered the Tianji Pavilion and someone received them. What information would the 3 of you like to know? An elder smiled towards Yi Futian, asking. Xia Qingyuan once brought people from the lower worlds into some trials. There was a batch of people from the lower worlds that had a conflict with some upper world cultivators. Does the Tianji Pavilion know about that matter? Yi Futian asked. The elder smiled at him and replied, there is nothing that the Tianji Pavilion doesn't know. As he said that, he said a name, Yi Wuchen. Yi Futian's expression suddenly became sharp and looked straight at the elder and said, I want all information about them. All? The elder asked. Yes. Yi Futian nodded and replied. The matter involves many parties, so the price will be high. The elder's eyes squinted as he replied with a smile. Yi Futian waved his hand and an elite sage ritual implement appeared. He asked the elder, is this enough? Please. The elder gestured with his hand and replied. In reality, although some factions were linked to this piece of information, it was not a huge secret. As such, 1 elite sage ritual implement was enough. Yi Futian was brought into an inner chamber. There were many people here, but it was as though they did not see Yi Futian. They were all looking through different case files. Not long after, a teenager walked towards the 3 of them with a smile and asked, Sir, are you from the lower worlds? The information I want. Yi Futian did not reply and said instead. Yes. The teenager smiled and nodded, then flipped through the case file and replied, the person you are asking about has followed the little princess Xia Qingyuan into her trials. They went to an abandoned sword emperor's realm. There, the lower world's cultivator Yi Wuchen absorbed a few sword wills into his life spirit. According to the Tianji Pavilion's conjecture, the sword wills he absorbed were at least of the saint level and could even be sword wills left behind by a Renhuang. However, someone from Emperor Xia's realm wants that sword will. Yi Wuchen's life spirit has been extracted and he has fallen into a coma after suffering severe injuries. The teenager continued to say. Who did it? Yi Futian asked. A cold aura emanated from him after hearing the other party's words. The information you wanted was regarding the people from the lower worlds. The teenager replied, smiling. Evidently, what he meant was the information that Yi Futian had purchased did not include the other group of people. Yi Futian looked coldly at him and with a wave of his hand, another ritual implement appeared. The teenager kept it and replied with a smile, since you have already come here, you should know some of the matters. The person who has extracted Yi Wuchen's life spirit is the cultivator on the Jiutian ranking, Pei Qianying. Chapter 908, Pei Qianying. In the depth of Yi Futian's eyes, there flashed a cold ray. That ritual implement should not be a name only. Pei Qianying. In the depth of Yi Futian's eyes, there flashed a cold ray. That ritual implement should not be a name only. Of course not, the young man said with a smile. I will then tell you some other news. Pei Qianying was born into a well-known family, the descendant of Zhuiying Sword Saint. Furthermore, Pei Qianying is the cultivator of Jiutian ranking and he is close to the young master of Jiutian Temple. If you want to pick a fight with Pei Qianying it won't be easy, especially in the Jiutian Temple. Even if there are saints present, I would encourage you not to. This was just polite talk, and it wasn't just that it was not easy. If Yi Futian and Yi Wuchen were the same as cultivators of the lower worlds, this grudge had to be let go or Yi Wuchen would surely die. In fact, if it wasn't for Xia Qingyuan, Zhuying Sword Saint would probably have already destroyed his spirit and stripped him of the sword will that he had obtained from refining. Zhuying Sword Saint. Next to Yi Futian, the village chief's eyes showed a strange light, and Yi Futian looked at him, asking, "You recognize him?" The village chief nodded slightly. He visited in the past and was refused. Yi Futian's eyes sparkled and knew who the visitor meant to see, the Sword Saint of the Void. Back in the days when the Sword Saint of the Void was invincible in the 9 states and the Nether Sword Mound claimed to be able to annihilate all holy lands, one could only imagine how powerful the Sword Saint of the Void was. This Zhuying Sword Saint was also a Sword Saint that cultivated in the art of the sword, so it was not surprising that he had visited the Sword Saint of the Void. The young man looked up at the village chief. Tianji Pavilion claimed to know all things but had limited knowledge of the things in the lower worlds of the 9 states because information of the lower worlds was of little value, at least for the Tianji Pavilion. Where are the people of the lower worlds now? Yi Futian continued to ask. The cultivators within Emperor Xia's realm were beyond count. Tianji Pavilion will not pay attention to where everyone is. After all, this is not valuable information. However, it must be around the vicinity of the Jiutian Temple. In fact, in the past few days, they have been coming to Jiutian Temple. Now that Gu Donglu has gotten to the 8th layer of heaven, pay attention to the law battle of the 8th layer of heaven and you will see him sooner or later, the young man said. Why do you want to charge Jiutian Temple? Yi Futian asked again. Yi Wuchen was stripped of his spirit by Pei Qianying, but what was its connection with Jiutian Temple? It was said that after Pei Qianying stripped Yi Wuchen's spirit, he returned to the upper worlds. The people of 9 states refused to let the matter rest and paid a price for the little princess to intervene. Pei Qianying replied that to get the spirit of Yi Wuchen back, he could be found in the 9th layer of heaven in the Jiutian Temple, otherwise, get the hell back to the lower worlds. The youth looked at Yi Futian and continued, so the princess, Xia Qingyuan, made a guarantee and gave the people of 9 states 3 months. Afterward, the people of the lower worlds began to venture into Jiutian Temple. However, until now, only Gu Donglu was able to enter the 8th layer of heaven. One more step and he will be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven and formally challenge Pei Qianying on the Jiutian ranking. Of course, the distance of this step is as difficult as stepping into heaven, the young man said, smiling. Yi Futian's expression was still indifferent, and he cast a glimpse at the young man. The news was simple and, in fact, was not worth the price he paid, but to him, it was extremely important. After inquiring about some other matters, Yi Futian left Tianji Pavilion. After walking out of Tianji Pavilion, a coldness exuded from Yi Futian. Although Wuchen's talent was limited, his mind was extremely firm and he was clear about that all along. If all was as the people of Tianji Pavilion had said, the sword will that Wuchen obtained was at least the sword will of the saint and may have even been the Renhuang sword will. It was completely within Wuchen's character to make every effort to integrate it into his own spirit. This was Wuchen's chance, but this chance had become a disaster and caused him to be stripped of his spirit. To cultivators, the stripping of the spirit was equivalent to the deprivation of an extremely important part of the soul. If it was destroyed, it would directly lead to Wuchen's rapid deterioration from the planes and loss of mental power. Never mind progressing forward, he would probably unable to even reach the height achieved previously. Once upon a time his master, Hua Fenglu, was a good example. Pei Qianying was unforgivable. Returning beneath Jiutian Temple, Yi Futian looked up and glanced at the endless figures in the sky above and the beautiful radiant law battlefield. He said, "Yu Sheng and I will participate in the law battle of Jiutian Temple." Very well. The village chief nodded, and then all 3 walked toward the Jiutian Temple. The first level of Jiutian Temple could be entered without any cost. Everyone was watching the battle below and could even see into the battlefield platform that was even higher into the sky. The 9 states platform had only set up the battle platform of the 3 realms of the sages. For Emperor Xia's realm, the the noble plane was too low and lacked attraction, the saint plane was too strong, and who would be participating in the law battle? The level of the sage was suitable for all cultivators to observe, even for the saints who would sometimes come to watch the battles between the youngsters. The first layer of heaven of Futian Temple had 9 battle platforms and 9 regions. The worthy, the magi, and the sage, each had 3. Futian and Yusheng were separated and not together, but were in the 2 adjacent law battle platforms. Sitting on the grandstands, Futian looked up, and he could see the battle platforms in the air, surrounded by the light of the matrix. The steps up and down, and all around him were surrounded by people, and each layer leading all the way up. The tendency to practice martial arts in Emperor Xia's realm was far stronger than in the 9 states. There were many people battling at the same time on the battle platform, and each battle had 100 people on the same stage at the same time battling for ranking until the last person, and according to the ranking to continue participating in the following law battle. Therefore, every battle was extremely fierce, and this was only the first layer of heaven. The battles for the 3rd layer of heaven were all battles between the top geniuses, where each match was enough to make one's blood boil. Of course, the battles for the 3rd layer of heaven were far less frequent than those for the 1st layer of heaven. The rules were also different so that there were not many who could make it to the 3rd layer of heaven. After a long time, the 100-person matchup concluded. The person in the first place was naturally the focus of all attention, was qualified to participate in the law battle of the 4th layer of heaven, and skipped over the 2nd and 3rd layers of heavens. Continue to the next round. Who is willing to challenge? At this time, on the battle platform, an elder looked down to the stand. As his voice trailed off, shadows suddenly flashed out. They were all the cultivators who came to participate in the law battle. Futian platform was a place suitable for tempering one's own combative power and appreciate the strength of various rules power from other cultivators. It was of great benefit to one's own cultivation. Of course, to get on the Futian ranking was the dream of countless cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm. Futian stood up, and with one quick flash, he took a step into the void and soon descended upon the law battle platform that was in the void. The law battle of the 1st layer of heaven, as long as it conformed to the plane, anyone could participate. Wang Yin. At this time, countless eyes from the grandstand landed on one person. That young man wore a gorgeous golden robe, and he exuded an unusual and outstanding spirit. When he appeared on the battle platform, everyone around him was eclipsed. Sure enough, Wang Yin also came to 9 states platform. This is his first time at Futian Temple. I wonder which layer of heaven he will be able to reach. There's no doubt who's going to be first in this battle. After the first battle, he will directly advance to the 4th layer of heaven. Many people on the view stand discussing and gossiping. Clearly, this Wang Yin was well recognized, but because he had never participated in the law battle, this would be his first showing in Futian Temple. On the viewing stand, even some of Wang Yin's elders had come to cheer him on, observing the battle. This would be the first step for Wang Yin to impact the Futian ranking. On the platform, a beautiful woman smiled at Wang Yin. Senior brother, you have to be merciful. It will not be a problem for you to go to the 3rd layer of heaven, Wang Yin said. The 2nd and 3rd place in each round could skip over the 2nd layer of heaven and were qualified to battle in the 3rd layer of heaven. Many looked at Wang Yin and the woman and murmured to themselves about their bad luck. Wang Yin was one of the most outstanding disciples of the 3rd generation of the sacred forces, quite famous. He had only begun to enter the Futian Temple after he became a top-level magi, clearly wanting to impact the Futian ranking. Since the woman was the junior sister of Wang Yin, it was obvious that she was also from the Qianshan clan, and she must also be very strong, and with Wang Yin backing her, the first 3 slots may have already been decided by this duo. It appeared that this law battle was quite unlucky, and all that could be done was to give it one's best so as to continue to participate in the following law battles. After some time, 100 cultivators of the Magi plane appeared on the battle platform and the matrix was initiated, surrounding them all, shrouding them with a huge light screen so as to protect the observers in the grandstand. You may begin now, the elder announced, and as soon as his voice drifted away, a terrible atmosphere suddenly exploded in the vastness of the battlefield platform. The battlefield area was hundreds of thousands of meters high and was immensely wide, so that even when the sages battled, it would not appear narrow. Like Wang Yin, Lin Yuxiu also came from Qianshan clan and had just entered the plane of top-level magi. A radiance emitted from her and suddenly, hundreds of swords appeared all around her, chiming like real magical ritual implements. Her figure flickered, and hundreds of swords rushed forward in different trajectories. She stood in the middle of the sword, impressive with her prowess. In an instant, hundreds of swords aimed towards a single cultivator spat out fearful sword will until the space was filled with terrifying thoughts of murder. Suddenly, the cultivator who was under attack only felt that his spiritual will was about to be torn to pieces by the sword qi. The cultivator put his hands together, and suddenly a huge golden light screen appeared in front of him, blocking the onslaught of the swords, but the swords went directly to the same place. The golden light screen broke apart, and all the swords turned into one, and quickly morphed into brilliant lightning, flashed, and were gone. In an instant, blood bloomed on the body of that cultivator as the sword qi penetrated his body. He fell from the sky and unwillingly withdrew from the battlefield. In other areas, there were also powerful battles taking place. Wang Yin stood there quietly, watching Lin Yuxiu fighting and thought that with her strength, even without his backing, she could reach the top 3. Yuxiu's strength could pass the 4th layer of heaven, someone in the stand said. They were a sage-level cultivator from Qianshan clan who came to cheer for Wang Yin. However, the battle at the 1st layer of heaven was meaningless. The key was the follow-up battles at the topmost 3 layers of heaven. Futian stood quietly, calmly watching the battle on the platform. In regards to the cultivators of the upper worlds, their strength was not necessarily stronger than those from the 9 states, just that as a whole. Their sages were much younger, possibly because Emperor Xia's realm contained the richer aura of heaven and earth, and also the rule's atmosphere, and a greater spiritual environment in general. At this moment, sharp breaths came toward Futian. His eyes turned and he saw just in time that Lin Yuxiu came at him with the sword. Lin Yuxiu stared at Futian with her beautiful eyes. This person emitted an air that was extraordinary and he was handsome in looks. However, he did not participate in the battle like Wang Yin, standing aside and looking on as the others struck out one by one. How could she just let him get away with it? Wang Yin also turned his attention in the same direction. Before, he had noticed Futian standing there casually, as if he was an outsider. However, unless he was so strong that no others dared to challenge him, was it really possible to watch like an outsider? The powerful sword will made Futian feel a stinging in his spiritual will. He looked up and glanced at Lin Yuxiu, and remained standing quietly without moving. Presumptuous. Seeing Futian had ignored her, Lin Yuxiu spit out her displeasure coldly, and all the swords came at him, fast as lightning, and they were almost piercing through Futian's body. However, when the swords reached the front of Futian, they all suddenly stopped and screamed and seemed to be shaking. Not only the sword, but Lin Yuxiu felt that her body seemed difficult to move as if controlled by an invisible force. "Sister," Wang Yin shouted. "I can't move." Lin Yuxiu was pale and knew that she had encountered a very powerful person. As her voice trailed off, everyone on the stand and was shocked. Countless eyes were fixed on Futian. They had thought that this matchup would not have much uncertainty, but it seemed that there were still some twists and turns. Wang Yin stepped out into the void toward Futian, then commanded, "Let go." Futian glanced at him, and the rule power disappeared. Lin Yuxiu, who had been struggling to move forward, now suddenly catapulted to the front, sharp swords piercing at Futian's body. Instead, they made crisp sounds, and none of them were able to stab through his skin. Lin Yuxiu herself rushed toward Futian, propelled by momentum, but Futian simply pushed his palm forward and a palm print directly impacted on Lin Yuxiu's chest and her body flew back as a result. It seemed that the two of them were not on the same plane at all. Lin Yuxiu, looking pale, could only feel the sharp pain in her chest. Wang Yin looked at her, then turned his icy stare to Yi Futian, walking toward him, step by step. Every step was like a sharp sword that pierced at Yi Futian, attempting to break down the power of his spiritual will. Defeat the others and you can get within the top 3, Yi Futian said to Wang Yin. Wang Yin's expression altered, and then, in a very cold voice, he said, "How arrogant." What Yi Futian meant was that it was not even worth it for him to make a move himself, because he was certain he would be first. In an instant, an extremely sharp atmosphere swept out and there was a terrible silver storm appearing behind Wang Yin, releasing the spirit. Yi Futian cast a casual glance at him, then took a step out and, like lightning, he rushed into the incomparably sharp rules of the storm, allowing the violent and extreme rules to attack his body, remaining unmoving. Wang Yin felt a strong threat and he wanted to retreat, but his body seemed to have solidified, making it difficult to move. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The bones of the chest burst instantly, and Wang Yin's body flew backward. Chapter 909, On the grandstand countless eyes gathered, staring at the defeat of Wang Yin. On the grandstand countless eyes gathered, staring at the defeat of Wang Yin. Previously when they saw Yi Futian's crush Lin Yuxiu with tremendous force, they knew that it was going to be good. This person would definitely anger Wang Yin, but no one had thought that the ending of this battle would be like this. Wang Yin was crushed in a single blow, defeated. Wang Yin of Qianshan clan was subdued in seconds. Who was that? Many looked to Yi Futian in shock. Someone who could subdue Wang Yin in seconds must not some nameless unknown. At the very least, the 7th layer of heaven was definitely possible. Many top cultivators in Emperor Xia's realm were able to get to the 3rd layer of heaven in Jiutian Temple. In other words, those that were able to advance beyond the 7th layer of heaven were all proud sons and daughters of the realm, extremely extraordinary characters. How could it be? The people of Qianshan clan were at a loss for a while, stiffly looking at the scene before them. The debut of Qianshan clan's Wang Yin and Lin Yuxiu at Jiutian Temple ended in terrible defeat. Never mind first place, right now they were completely out of the top 10. This meant that they were not even qualified for the 2nd layer of heaven and must join the battles later. This debut ended tragically. In the area above the battle platform, many looked at Yi Futian with uneasiness. This person was a force to be reckoned with. Yi Futian paid no attention to the thoughts of these people. He glanced at the many cultivators still left in the void. His body slowly levitated, and a force of the rules swept out covering the heavens and everyone within it. The expression of many changed. This guy wanted to challenge everyone head-on with his own strength? All the cultivators stopped battling and turned to face Yi Futian. The rule's power bloomed, and his look was cold. Yi Futian raised his palm and made a grabbing gesture in the void. In an instant, the space storm was born. Everyone felt that their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and the light of the endless starry laws shone forth. "Make your move," a cultivator called out harshly, and the broadsword of spirit in his hand hacked through everything and split toward Yi Futian's body. But as if he did not see it coming, Yi Futian simply allowed these many rules' power landing on him without moving. After 2 rounds of medicinal testing and refining, both his physical and spiritual will had been transformed greatly to resist rules' powers and the ability to ignore the rules' power and attack remotely. On the vast battle platform with its endless space, an immensely large star sphere seemed to have appeared. As Yi Futian closed his hand, the space was completely restrained and turned into star prison. All the movements of the people stopped and slowed down. They madly compelled their own rule's power to try to tear down the rule power that bound them. However, as Yi Futian raised his right hand and struck toward the void, in an instant, countless star fists pierced through the space and pulverized the void. Bang! 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 With violent and turbulent sounds, many vomited blood as they were hit by the fists and lost their ability to combat upon impact. The bodies of all the cultivators rolled back like streams of light. On the battle platform, this radiant scene shocked anyone who beheld it. Many people's heartbeat increased, their eyes glued to the battle platform. Way too forceful. With his own strength, all the cultivators who participated in the same battle were defeated. However, there were still some cultivators who were able to block the attack from Yi Futian, but their hearts were trembling violently. If the cultivation was great to a certain extent and there was enough of a gap, it was not something that could be made up simply by number of people. The power of the rule's force was enough to trample over everything. You will fight to determine the rest of the ranking. Yi Futian glanced at the people who were still standing. He had already locked in first place in advance. This time, no one disagreed, and the battle erupted. On the battle platform, Yi Futian stood with both hands behind his back, as if none of this had anything to do with him. His goal was not here, it was the 9th layer of heaven on the Jotian ranking. Who is this guy? Does anyone know him? The people in the grandstand watching Yi Futian stood there quietly, but that presence was so much more than Wang Yin previously, as if even he had not just been battling and was just standing there. No one could surpass his glory. He had locked in the first place in advance for the rest of the people to compete for the rankings behind him, and no one dared to disagree. Just now there was a violent noise coming from the battle platform next to them, and many suddenly turned their attention that way. All they could see was an immensely dominant sturdy body that stood above the void. The glory of Buddha radiated from him, the palm of Mahavirakan crushed the firmament, suppressed all things, no cultivators were spared and were all subdued on the spot. The one not only had conquered all but left no room for even the second or third place to the others. The people witnessing this scene were completely speechless. What was happening today? This was only the first layer of heaven, and there were two such strong cultivators appearing at the same time. Wang Yin of the Qianshan clan debuted at the Jotian temple but ended up just as a side note. Because of the existence of Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the two battles ended very quickly. The elder in the void bestowed the Jotian order token, and on it was engraved one word only, 4. The first layer of heaven of Jotian temple was the battle of general selections. The person in the first place could skip the second and third layer of heavens and enter the fourth layer of heaven of Jotian temple. Those in the second and third place could directly enter the battle platform of the third layer of heaven. People in 4th to 10th place may only step onto the battle platform of the second layer of heaven. As for the others, in order to continue, they must stay and continue to battle in the first layer of heaven until they could get within the top 10. Yi Futian left the battle platform after he had received the Jotian order token, and immediately headed toward the stairs on the side. He looked up, and saw that each layer of the 9 heavens was thousands of feet high, so magnificent that the building at the very top was like a temple of the gods. The lord of the Jotian temple was also an extremely powerful figure, well known in the Emperor Xia's realm, and was someone who could actually meet Emperor Xia face to face. Lifting his feet, Yi Futian walked towards the top, and Yu Sheng also came to Yi Futian's side, walking up the steps. They both possessed the Jotian order token and could advance directly. They will go straight away to the 4th layer of heaven. The two of them were together. Many people had the same thought across their eyes, thinking that today, there may be a good show to see. With two such formidable cultivators at Jotian Temple, who had just crushed all the cultivators with incomparable force to step onto the 4th layer of heaven, their goal would definitely not simply be the 4th layer of heaven. It was highly probable that the younger disciples of great and influential figures came to Jotian Temple for the first time, and such participants would have only one goal in mind, and that would be the top 3 layers of heavens. A higher goal might even be the Jotian ranking. Regardless of which was their goal, it was worth paying attention to. Let's go and purchase seats in the 4th layer of heaven. Many got up and wanted to see the following battles with these two. Let's go and watch as well, people from the Qianshan clan said. Wang Yin and Lin Yuxiu looked at Yi Futian, who was departing, then gave up the thought to continue battling and decided to observe Yi Futian's battle instead. The seats at the 4th layer of heaven were not cheap, and the seats of the 7th layer of heaven were nearly priceless. In fact, The battle could be faintly observed from below, but they were not clear and lacked the live experience when observing the combat in close range. This was how the Jyotian Temple became one of the richest principalities in Emperor Xia's realm. Nevertheless, people were still willing to come. The people who cultivated could learn and fight with countless others in their same planes, thus judging where their strength may be among their peers. The Jyotian Temple provided an unparalleled platform for all fight lovers. In particular, the influence of the Jyotian ranking was recognized by Emperor Xia's realm, therefore countless generations of geniuses had set their eyes on the Jyotian ranking. Even the little princess, Xia Qingyuan, had come to the Jyotian Temple to battle and entered on the Jyotian ranking with decisive gestures. This demonstrated just how much influence Jyotian Temple had. As he sat down on the seat in the fourth layer of heaven, Yi Futian looked up at the battle platform. At the fourth layer of heaven, the battle was no longer that of 100 people. There would only be 10 cultivators involved in the battle. The rule at this stage was that the first 3 could advance, with the person in first place directly skipping the 5th layer of heaven to enter the 6th layer of heaven. The second and third place could enter the 5th layer of heaven. Under this rule, eventually more people were able to gather to the top and they would be the strongest and the most powerful. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng were still occupying adjacent battle platforms. Naturally, they would not appear together on the same platform. The number grandstands here were obviously a lot less than at the first layer of heaven. The first layer of heaven was open to everyone. There was no need to pay, so every day, there would be countless people coming to watch the battles. If there were very powerful competitors, or the possibility of exciting battles in the 7th layer of heaven or above, then they would consider coming up to watch the battle. For example, at this time, many followed Yi Futian and Yu Sheng to come up, which surprised many who were in the 4th layer of heaven. After some inquiry, many looked in the direction of Yi Futian, who came directly from the 1st layer of heaven directly to the 4th. It seemed that the following battle would be quite interesting. Soon, after the battle above ended, Yi Futian did not wait any longer and stepped on the battle platform right away and displayed the order token, which signified that he was eligible to participate. Shadows of figures levitated into the air. It didn't take long before there were 10 cultivators appear on the battle platform. "Who do you think will take first place?" someone in the stand asked. Su Tuesday. In the previous battle, he lost to the strongest fighter, but in fact, he had the strength to compete for first place, so in this battle, he should have a chance, someone said. Shanji. She was equally strong in her battle, and her spiritual will was terrifying, someone else said while looking at a woman. None of them have any chance, someone laughingly said. Yi Futian. It's the first time he came to Jyotian Temple, and in the first battle, he defeated all the strongest cultivators of the 1st layer of heaven, so he will be likely to continue to skip the 5th layer of heaven and enter directly into the 6th, and then launch his offensive in the 7th. He's only first in the 1st layer of heaven, and those who can set their foothold in the 4th were all coming from the 1st layer of heaven. It doesn't mean anything, someone else commented casually. Watch, many said, and the voices of various discussion did not escape the ears of the top 10 cultivators on the battle platform. Su Tu cast a glance at Yi Futian and Shan Ji, then walked toward Yi Futian. Aggressive sword will swept out, a shredding sword appeared in his hand, his spirit also turned into a broadsword with boundless brilliance that wanted to chop off everything. Buzz. A residual shadow appeared. Although Su Tu's body looked heavy and awkward, he was an expert at the rules of the wind, with extreme speed. His whole person was like the sharpest sword. Look closely. Storm blade techniques blended with the powers of wind rules and shredding rules, someone who favored Su Tu said. Su Tu, along with a horrible sword will, landed in front of Yi Futian. The sword light came down as if to split the void open, and that pressure was simply chilling. Many who were watching were sweating for Yi Futian. The sword light disappeared in a flash and was about to smash down, but Yi Futian stood there and still did not move. Su Tu revealed a look of coldness and had no intention to restrain his force. If Futian was asking for it, then he would oblige. But just as the sword light was getting close to Yi Futian, suddenly, there was an extremely strong conception which seemed to solidify the sword, making it difficult to continue moving forward and slowing down its speed. Pst, pst, sharp and shrill sounds pierced the eardrums, and the sword was still slashing downward, seeming to break the rule's defense and hacking toward the shoulder of Yi Futian. Chop! A cold look flashed across Su Tu's eyes. Was he not able to counter his attack? Above the body of Yi Futian there was a layer of starry radiance shining, and the sword light landed on his shoulder, but it only made a crystal-clear sound. The rule's powers were broken and could not continue its way down. The countless eyes on the grandstand were glued to them. Even those who were waiting to see Yi Futian being taught a lesson were speechless. Even the cultivator from the fourth layer of heaven could not break down his defense, so much so that he couldn't even have the power to make him move. Chapter 9-10 Su Tu's Storm Blade techniques were a set of techniques incorporating two different powers of rules and was extremely overbearing. However, such a set of blade techniques remained incapable of breaking that youth's defense. The difference in power levels was apparent. Su Tu's Storm Blade techniques were a set of techniques incorporating two different powers of rules and was extremely overbearing. However, such a set of blade techniques remained incapable of breaking that youth's defense. The difference in power levels was apparent. Even though the blade's power of rules had been weakened, it should not have performed in such a mediocre manner. One could have said that Yi Futian's physical defense was just so great that not even rules were capable of breaking it. Su Tu stared at Yi Futian with wide, dumbfounded eyes. Yi Futian simply took a look at him before throwing a punch at him. Su Tu retreated like a gust of wind, but as the punch connected, the will imbued within it penetrated him and made him feel as if his innards were torn to shreds by the fearsome power of the punch. He was sent flying like a rag doll in midair while spitting up blood. What the hell? Those who followed him to train from the first layer of heaven watched with burning eyes. They deemed him to be one would definitely make it to the seventh layer. Which force does Yi Futian belong to? There were those who felt curious about his background and began speculating. No idea. No one had any clue. However, given that there were a huge number of mighty ones from Emperor Xia's realm, it was quite normal that none of them had no clue about his identity. They only knew that there was one immensely talented cultivator beginning to make his way through the Jiutian temple. Yi Futian's sight might have been set on reaching the 8th or even the Jiutian ranking, which was the 9th. As for his eligibility to move to the next round, there was little to be left to the imagination. He was able to simply pulverize Su Tu, and that meant that there was no doubt that he would be able to make it to the stage at the 6th layer of heaven. Wang Yin shuddered restlessly and Lin Yuxiu bit his lips. It seemed that the problem did not lie with their powers, but their luck. They just happened to come across a human-shaped monster right from the first stage of the Jiutian temple, and said monster was a genius-level figure who was fighting in the Jiutian temple for the first time, just like they were. An unspoken consensus was reached between the others at the stage and no one else dared to make a move against Yi Futian. They fought each other until, eventually, Shanji was the only one left. Shanji's eyes were crystal clear when she looked at Yi Futian. A powerful spiritual will power burst forth and Yi Futian felt as if a mystical power was attempting to take control of his will. The woman before him trained in similar ways to Hua Jieyu. I'm not going to do you any harm. Yield if you know what I mean, Yi Futian said plainly. His voice sounded like a bell, ringing in Shanji's mind. The magnitude of the power imbued within made her realize that it was not something she was able to control. It became clear right there was little left to the imagination with the battle between them, he was not someone she could defeat. I yield. Shanji gave up and rescinded her powers. As expected, one fight was all it took for Yi Futian to emerge as the champion of that round of fights. The elder who was hosting the fights announced the result and bestowed Yi Futian with a Jiutian order token. The word 6-inch was carved on the token, as well as his name, Yi Futian. Yi Futian walked down the stage with the token in his hand. Yu Sheng had been waiting for him down there, and Yi Futian felt rather exasperated. Those who shared the stage with him were indeed out of luck. Both of them walked towards the steps and continued going up. Let's get to the 6th layer of heaven. Many followed, and the huge group was quickly formed behind them. Yi Futian naturally realized the ruckus, but he did not pay it any heed. It would have been even better if the ruckus had been bigger. If Hua Jieyu and the others happened to see it, then they would know that he came. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng did not separate at the 6th layer of heaven, as there was only one stage for every plane. There were considerably fewer combatants left there, and there was simply no need for 3 stages to be around. There would have been few battles fought on one stage if the stages were still arranged in such ways. Furthermore, their tokens were taken as soon as they reached the 6th layer of heaven. The rules of the battles there were different. The battles were arranged by the ones working at the Jiutian temple instead of free-for-alls. Yi Futian and Yu Sheng came to a stage and took their seats, and many sat in the area around them. The phenomenon attracted the attention of many, and there were people asking, "What's going on?" There were some guys who managed to reach the 6th layer of heaven fighting only 2 battles. Those guys might actually make it to the 7th with just 3 battles, someone from the crowd answered. Who are those people? Everyone pointed at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, saying, both of them fought only 2 battles each. If they are able to become number 1 in the coming battles, they can make it straight to the 7th. Is it all that difficult to reach the 6th with just 2 battles? A cold, aloof voice was heard, and many turned their eyes around. An impossibly handsome young man scanned everyone around and said, "Many on this 6th layer of heaven are capable of what you just said, but many of them fell right here. Only 1 out of 10 will be able to make it to the 7th, and they won't be fighting people of those levels anymore." The young man was too an exceptional figure, but he had been trying to reach the 7th and he failed every single attempt. Furthermore, one was only given an opportunity to try their hand once a day. If they were to fail, they were required to come the next day instead. Many nodded and knew what he said to be true. All who were able to make it to the 6th layer of heaven were people who made it through rounds of selection processes. Furthermore, in the coming battles between 10 combatants, only one would make it through and was granted the right to step onto the 7th layer. It was worth noting that other than the ones who had just made it through back in the 5th, the mighty ones on the 6th layer also consisted of those who failed to make it to the 7th. Those were also people who emerged from the 5th before. Furthermore, according to the records of the Jiutian temple regarding those who fought their way through, combatants to fight in the 6th were arranged to be carried out between newcomers and veterans, each side of equal numbers. It's alright if they fail. I've been trying to make it to the 7th for 100 days straight now. If I lose today, I will have lost 100 battles already. Hopefully, you'll be lucky enough to not be arranged to fight me, a huge fat guy at the side quipped jokingly. Many laughed in response. The fat guy had been incredibly famous around those parts. His name was Lu Chong, and while he was not actually weak and could even be said to be very powerful, he was really down on his luck. The one he was arranged to fight when he came to make his challenge every day had been unervingly powerful people. Out of the 99 losses he suffered prior, there had been over 30 times where he had emerged as number 2. His uncanny lack of luck was very obvious. Yi Futian took a look at Lu Chong after finding the chatter around him to sound peculiar. He and Lu Chong were on the same stage, and Yu Sheng was there as well. That meant that Lu Chong had a very high probability of being arranged to fight either him or Yu Sheng, or maybe even fighting them both. You're really down on your luck indeed, Yi Futian said. I know, but I think I'll have better luck today as there doesn't seem to be anyone particularly powerful around today. That pale, clean guy might have some tricks up his sleeve, but he will still be an easy job, Lu Chong elaborated with a smile. He was talking about the handsome young man named He Lu. Yi Futian did not say anything further. At that moment, a voice was heard from the stage announcing, Lu Chong, Wang Yi, Jiang He, Yi Futian, He Lu are to get up on the stage. Yu Sheng's name was not on the list. He had deliberately asked to be separated from Yi Futian when he handed his token in, and it seemed that the ones at the Jiutian temple did as he wished. One figure after another took to the air and 10 mighty ones came to stand on the stage soon. Boom! A tremendously wild aura burst forth and Lu Chang's plump body quickly petrified in an instant. A stone godlike life spirit was unleashed and he quickly transformed. His body continued to expand and he became like a stone giant. Kid, you're down on your luck then, Lu Chong said to Yi Futian and brought a wild power of rules to bear on him. The other 9 mighty ones bloomed with light of petrification, and their bodies started to become petrified bit by bit. Lu Chong went on to attack all the other 9 around him, which served as a testament to his confidence in his power. The other mighty ones brought their own power of rules to bear one after another, stopping the encroaching fossilization rules. But then again, Lu Chang's arms quickly extended in a frenzy and manifested many more stone arms, striking all 9 mighty ones at the same time. Yi Futian came to understand somewhat why Lu Chang's luck had been so bad. He had been aiming to attack everyone right from the start. Such a high-profile way of going about things meant that it would end in a tragedy for him if he did not have what it took to overpower everyone else. But then again, he seemed to have a healthy attitude about things. The arms struck down like mountains with incredible force. Yi Futian simply threw a punch. His power of the starry laws clashed with the stony powers of his opponent, and the powers of both sides were quickly reduced to dust. Ha, good one, kid, Lu Chong laughed and said. His terrifying arms continued to sweep through the stage, and 2 mighty ones were soon hit and suffered internal injuries. Everyone stop where you are. Lu Chong shouted and mountains began to spring on the vast stage, attempting to seal the space they occupied within the rock. There were some whose bodies were completely buried by the light of petrification. They attempted to break free before Lu Chang's attacks were seen descending from above, throwing them back again soon. Yi Futian saw powerful fossilization rules turning into rock and encroaching onto his body. Powers of rules out to tear everything apart flowed around him. It seemed that Lu Chang's powers were indeed formidable, yet he truly was down on his luck. Yi Futian did not bother doing anything and simply stood by, watching how Lu Chong went on to crush all the other 8 all on his own. It seems like Lu Chong will finally be making it to the 7th then, some around the stage laughed and said. That guy you just mentioned doesn't seem to be all that capable. The battles down there sure lacked punch, some laughed and jested, seeing how Yi Futian's body was all covered in rock. Just wait and see, those who came with Yi Futian replied. All who had seen Yi Futian fight knew without a doubt how powerful he truly was. While Lu Chong was indeed incredibly powerful, Yi Futian was still able to beat him. What do you think? Lu Chong took a look at Yi Futian and continued, you seem to be capable enough. How about you come with me then? Yi Futian took a look at him and said, you're formidable, but it's a shame. Shame? How so? Lu Chong looked at Yi Futian, who was covered in rocks, and asked laughingly. Boom! The rocks covering Yi Futian were blown to pieces with a loud boom and he streaked at Lu Chong like a bolt of lightning. Lu Chong was dumbfounded, but quickly laughed and said, good one indeed. Countless arms of rock fell down on Yi Futian as soon as Lu Chong finished his line. However, Yi Futian did not bother resisting. The light of the stars basked about his body while he took the rocky arms head-on. You have a death wish or something? Lu Chong was puzzled but quickly found at the next moment that his arms were blasted to dust. He responded immediately by bringing even greater power to bear on Yi Futian, but his attempts proved futile. A streak of dazzling light shot straight through, followed by a finger bringing boundless light to bear on his huge body. The great rocky body blew up in an instant, and Lu Chang's body was soon exposed, shuddering as he looked at Yi Futian before him. I hope you have better luck tomorrow. A smile was seen on Yi Futian's face. Lu Chong wanted very much to pummel Yi Futian, but he seemed to know that the odds were stacked against him. He had actually lost 100 battles in a row. Another monster. Many around the stage looked at the scene, their jaws dropping. All of them were rendered speechless. Just as speculated by those who came up with him, Futian fought only 3 battles before making it to the 7th layer of heaven. Even those who were as powerful as Lu Chong were done for within seconds. Lu Chong's misfortune was really unnatural, as he even encountered one like Futian even on his 100th battle. Futian looked up at the figure who was hosting the battles. They took out a Jiutian order token and carved Futian's name as well as the word 7-inch on it before throwing it to Futian, saying, Futian, you made it to the next round. From this moment on, you're eligible for challenges at the 7th layer of heaven. He made it to the 7th layer of heaven. 3 layers within a single day. Chapter 9:11, Futian walked off the stage as soon as he had gotten the Jiutian order token to the 7th layer of heaven. Lu Chong walked off, looking dejected as well. Countless eyes were on Lu Chong, who was hanging his head low, and felt rather impressed by his unnerving streak of bad luck. Futian walked off the stage as soon as he had gotten the Jiutian order token to the 7th layer of heaven. Lu Chong walked off, looking dejected as well. Countless eyes were on Lu Chong, who was hanging his head low, and felt rather impressed by his unnerving streak of bad luck. But then again, Futian was indeed really powerful. Lu Chong's powers definitely qualified him for the 7th layer of heaven, but he was severely lacking in luck. If Futian was capable of taking down the likes of Lu Chong in mere seconds, it meant that he had secured a place even in the 7th layer of heaven. However, no one was certain if he would be able to make it past the 7th. The rules in the 7th and the 8th layers of heaven in the Jiutian temple were far more terrifying than that of the 6th. The rules were such that they were known to be devilish. Every battle fought in the 6th leading to the 7th would definitely yield one winner. Even if there were a few battles fought within a day, there would be many mighty ones gaining access to the 7th as time passed. However, things were different in the 8th layer of heaven. If one were to advance into the 8th from the 7th, one had to face greater challenges. It was the same going from 8th to 9th. As such, even though Futian was extremely exceptional and it seemed guaranteed that he would be able to get a shining result at the 7th layer of heaven, he would have still faced unnerving difficulty making to the 8th. As such, there were no guarantees about anything. Furthermore, one needed good timing to do so as well. Futian took a seat instead of leaving immediately, as Yu Sheng had yet to fight. It seemed that the 10 combatants in his round had yet to be gathered. The host was still waiting. There were times where people would come to the stage he fought on, and other times, someone coming up from below. After waiting for quite a while, the host finally announced that the battles would continue, and Yu Sheng stepped onto the stage. Futian did not bother thinking about whether or Yu Sheng would be able to make it, as there simply was no need to do so. As expected, when the battle started, Yu Sheng brought his overpowering might to bear and threw one of his opponents off, looking invincible as he was doing so. When Yu Sheng was battling, a dazzling beam of light showered down from above. Countless people around the stage looked up and saw glittering light way above the ground. At the same time, 2 beams appeared on the stage, shining onto 2 different figures. Futian was able to see things clearer from his seat at the 6th layer of heaven, catching sight of a figure standing from their seat, with eyes looking sharp as swords and piercing through the air, looking at the 8th layer of heaven. That figure was clad in a white robe that looked as clean and flawless as snow. He wore headgear that made him look dashing. He might have looked like a scholar and was simply standing where he was, yet he looked mighty nonetheless. Third brother. Futian shouted deep within his mind. His third brother was actually at the Jiutian temple and was actually at the 8th layer of heaven. If his third brother was around, then Jieyu and the others should be around as well. Mu Fanchen. At that moment, one shocked voice after another was heard saying a name. It was apparent that they were able to recognize the one who was standing beside Gu Donglu, an unparalleled genius named Mu Fanchen. Among the super mighty ones at the Jyotian Temple's 8th layer of heaven, it was said that he had secured a stellar record of 8 consecutive victories, which meant that it would simply take him 2 more consecutive victories to earn a place at the 9th layer of heaven, and subsequently be ranked in the Jyotian ranking. That would put him to be on par with those legendary figures, becoming known as someone like those people. Furthermore, Futian definitely had what it took to be recognized as such. "That's Gu Donglu, no?" One voice after another was heard. "Yes. He appeared in the last showdown at the 7th layer of heaven," someone said. Futian finally understood from the surrounding chatter that in the key battles of the 7th and 8th layers of heaven, the stage above projected stronger light, enabling all within the Jyotian Temple to witness those battles. He is something indeed. Just look at how many days it took for Gu Donglu to get 8 consecutive victories in the 8th layer of heaven, many quipped with a shocked and impressed voice. It was said that Gu Donglu came from the lower worlds. That kind of talent is eerie indeed. In the rules of combat of the 7th and 8th layer of heaven, mighty ones who managed to secure 8 consecutive victories were arranged to fight another who had secured 8 consecutive victories as well. One of them would definitely end up losing and was required to start all over again. It worked this way for everyone else. If Futian had secured 8 consecutive victories, that meant that Gu Donglu, who was standing opposite him, had also secured 8 consecutive victories. That would be their 9th battle, and the winner of that battle would be granted the right to challenge another who secured 9 consecutive victories at the 8th layer of heaven. The winner of that 10th battle would then be granted passage to the 9th layer of heaven and be ranked on the Jyotian ranking. Powerful indeed, but I heard that Gu Donglu and the others from the lower worlds have become enemies with Pei Qianying. The very reason why Gu Donglu fought in the Jyotian Temple is to be able to challenge Pei Qianying, who is ranked on the Jyotian ranking. He sure is going to be disappointed after this. I've also heard news about the little princess in this matter. If Gu Donglu is truly able to make it to the 9th, I want to get a seat at the 9th regardless of the price I have to pay, just to witness the battle between him and Pei Qianying for myself. The people around were growing restless and a voice was heard in the air. Gu Donglu, who has secured 8 consecutive victories, will be battling against Futian, who has also secured 8 consecutive victories, at the 8th layer of heaven of the Jyotian Temple, an hour from now. The voice was cast from the 8th layer of heaven, and everyone was able to hear it clearly. Futian's eyes turned incredibly sharp. He had familiarized himself with the rules of the Jyotian Temple's battles and, as such, knew what was to come very well. His 3rd brother had secured 8 consecutive victories at the 8th layer of heaven and was making the way to the 9th one step at a time. "3rd brother, wait for me," Futian said to himself. He would be able to simply get up there and watch the battle as a spectator, but he apparently wanted to be more than a spectator. He wanted to see for himself, at the Jyotian Temple's 9th layer of heaven, what that Pei Qianying, someone who dared to tear Wuchen's life spirit away, was like. It would have been easier to do with Xia Qingyuan around, as the name of Emperor Xia was not allowed to be tarnished, and the same went for Xia Qingyuan as well. With Xia Qingyuan around, he could do anything and there was nothing anyone could do about him, a lord of a holy land of the 9 states of the lower worlds, so long as he played by the rules. As such, Futian would have stuck to the rules and would not have challenged them. While he was a palace lord, he was in Emperor Xia's realm, and his status fell rather short. Yu Xing heard the voice from the 8th layer of heaven as well. He went to overpower all of the mighty ones on the stage with extreme might, taking the Jyotian order token granting him passage to the 7th, then walked off the stage. He came to stand beside Futian and looked up. Gu Donglu and Futian were both standing at the forum up in the 8th layer of heaven, but they had yet to fight. It was the rules of the Jyotian Temple. A noteworthy battle like that naturally needed more eyes on it, and it was one that would make some pay a hefty price just to witness it at the 8th layer of heaven. At that moment, none in the Jyotian Temple seemed to be in the mood to watch the battles in the stages before them anymore. They all looked up at the dazzling light at the 8th layer of heaven. Those at the bottom layers hated being at such a low place and wanted to watch the upcoming battle up close to the 8th layer of heaven. "Let's go," Yi Futian said to Yu Sheng, who nodded in response. They both walked to the steps at the side. They're going up to the 7th. Those who had been paying attention to the battles fought by Yi Futian and Yu Sheng took a look at the air before turning their attention back to the two of them. Some got up and decided to head over to the 7th layer of heaven, as that enabled them to watch the battle between Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen closer. At the same time, they wanted to watch the performance of both Yi Futian and Yu Sheng at the 7th layer of heaven. They wanted to see if those two, who fought only 3 battles before making it to the 7th layer of heaven of the Jotian Temple, were able to continue to shine in their next stages. At that moment, a group of people appeared at the steps. It was none other than Li Qingyun and his people, who were tasked to guard the sky stairwell. Li Qingyun was formidable and he had a divine implement with him. It was due to said divine implement that he was able to make it to the Jotian Temple from the sky stairwell in such a short period of time. He was rather shocked to see Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen appearing in the sky. He was rather surprised at how far Gu Donglu had been able to go. It's them. Li Qingyun saw Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, who were heading towards the steps to the 7th layer of heaven, and was somewhat shocked. They're fast. The ones behind him were impressed. They all made it there due to the powers of their divine implements. They had not been spending much time on their journey and were all shocked to find Yi Futian and Yu Sheng already at the 7th layer of heaven. Li Qingyun felt somewhat like a loser. He had been a very proud person once, but was quickly taken down by a strike from Yi Futian's halberd. They saw the obstacles of the sky stairwell to be non-existent, coming and going as they pleased. Li Qingyun and his people pursued them and found Yi Futian already at the 7th layer of heaven. They were such geniuses that it filled him with envy. Yi Futian might actually be one who could make it to the 9th layer of heaven. Follow them, Li Qingyun said, and they tailed Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, arriving at the stands of the 7th layer of heaven. Yi Futian had already handed his token to the person in charge at the Jotian Temple and had them arrange his battles. However, no one was battling at the 7th layer of heaven at the moment, and no one seemed to be in the mood of doing battle. Their eyes were all on Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen, ready to see who among them would emerge victorious. There were fewer seats at the 7th layer of heaven, and those who were able to sit there were all notable people. Many of them hailed from renowned clans of Emperor Xia's realm. Mu Fanchen will win his 9th consecutive battle in this one, and he is but a step away from the Jotian ranking, someone commented. This Gu Donglu fellow is not weak by any means. His life spirit is rather special as well. He wouldn't have been able to make it this far otherwise. He's definitely strong, alright, but he's still from the lower worlds. Mu Fanchen isn't someone he can win against. This battle will be Gu Donglio's last at the Jotian Temple. It's hopeless for him to be able to challenge Pei Qianying, a woman with exceptional looks said. Mu Fanchen gave you instructions before, so do you have a thing for him now? A young man gestured at the side. Quit spouting nonsense. The woman looked rather embarrassed and continued, I'm just telling the truth as it is. Those from the lower worlds were taken by the princess for training, but some didn't know their place and actually wanted to make it to the Jotian ranking. The insignificant one from the lower worlds that you speak of now stands at the 8th layer of heaven and all eyes are on him. Where are you now, if I may ask? A cold voice was said. Chapter 9:12, Chapter 9:12, Absolute Advantage. Chapter 9:12, Absolute Advantage. Zhao Shi looked back and saw a handsome face, but the eyes were extremely piercing, and there was a touch of coldness about his figure. This person seemed extremely young, but he made those around him feel a lot of pressure. Her face changed slightly. She had belittled Gu Donglu in order to raise up Mu Fanchen. But in reality, Gu Donglu had had an 8-battle winning streak and was only 2 victories away from getting onto the Jotian ranking. This was extraordinary and was obviously not something that she could do. However, she naturally could not admit this, and so she frowned and said, I said that people from the lower world do not have any kind of profound understanding. Do you have a problem with that? The chick mocks the phoenix, but in its self-satisfaction, it doesn't even know how high the sky is. Yi Futian glanced at Zhao Shi coldly. Afterwards, he didn't look at her but looked at the two figures in the 8th layer of heaven. You, Zhao Shi's face changed. He had actually used an insulting word like chick to describe her. The youth beside her cast his gaze upon Yi Futian. His eyes were sharp, and there was an air of threat about him. A saint had come into the Zhao clan decades ago, which meant that they had a place in Emperor Xia's realm. They were a power that was at the saint level, so they were able to get in touch with Mu Fanchen. They were close to Mu Fanchen's family, and Zhao Shi was indeed interested in him, so she would naturally speak up for him and belittle Gu Donglu, but she did not want to be mocked and humiliated like this. Take back what you just said and apologize. Beside her, Zhao Xi's eyes were cold as he glanced at Yi Futian. He was filled with a cold, invisible pressure. Yi Futian looked back and glanced coldly at Zhao Xi. These two obviously came from the same force. However, here on the 7th layer of heaven, they had mocked Gu Donglu in order to raise up Mu Fanchen, thus revealing their low breeding and humble origins. Yu Sheng took a step forward. His burly body carried a compelling force with it. Several people were standing by Zhao Shi and Zhao Xi, all of whom had a faint force around them that then fell upon Yu Sheng and Yi Futian. There were even sages among them, all of whom were cultivators from their clan. Get out of here, Yu Sheng said coldly to Zhao Xi. Yi Futian averted his gaze, looking at him no more. Someone who had shown himself to be so petty was not worth looking at anymore, let alone apologizing to. If it had not been for him insulting his third brother, he would not have paid any attention to him. Zhao Shi and the others' faces all changed. These two were so supercilious. Yi Futian seemed to be disdaining them by his actions, as if he were too lazy to even look at them. They had never seen anyone so pretentious. Even Mu Fanchen was modest and polite. When had he ever been like Yi Futian? The more lowborn someone was, the more they liked to embody their own uniqueness in such an independent way. They thought they were a cut above everyone else, but they didn't know how stupid they were. Now, a cultivator looked over at them and said, "You must know the rules of Jiutian Temple. If there is a problem you can solve it on the law battle platform." I understand. Zhao Xi nodded, then looked at Yi Futian. Have you come to participate in the law battle of the 7th layer of heaven? Since they had displayed themselves so ostentatiously, they must have some power, and thus had come to fight in the 7th layer of heaven. Yi Futian still ignored him, but the one who had come with him said, "We've already fought here in the 7th layer of heaven." Everyone looked interested and watched with excitement. This Yi Futian was exceedingly arrogant. He had been disdainful to the Zhao clan. Zhao Xi had fought many times in the 7th layer of heaven. His record-winning streak was 7 victories, so he could be said to be very strong. Although, as he had approached his 8th victory in a row, he had been defeated and had to start all over again, his strength was undoubtable. Moreover, it seemed that he was once again on a 5-match winning streak. In that case, why don't we learn from each other on the law battle platform? Asked Zhao Xi. Can you shut up? Yi Futian still did not look at Zhao Xi but looked at the two figures in the sky. The battle was about to begin. The people around them were speechless. He was so arrogant that Zhao Xi was simply not in his line of sight. You express your extraordinariness in this way, yet avoid a direct confrontation? That's ridiculous. Zhao Xi's eyes were cold. Yi Futian turned and finally looked at Zhao Xi and Zhao Shi. Coldness flashed in his eyes and he said, "If the people of Jiutian Temple arrange it, then I have no objections." Good. Zhao Xi nodded, then looked at the person who presided over the law battles up on the law battle platform. Could you arrange a law battle for us? He looked at Zhao Xi and said, "You already have 5 victories in a row." People who had 5 victories in a row would usually face cultivators who also had 5 victories in a row, so the farther they went the higher the difficulty became. Most people could never get through it and would stay on the 7th layer of heaven. This battle doesn't have to go on my record, said Xiao Xi indifferently. Fine. The cultivator did not say much. There was a touch of coldness about Xiao Xi's mouth. Before, when Yi Futian and Yu Sheng had released their power, he had naturally felt their cultivation. They were mid-level magi, while he stood at the peak of the magi plane. The best he had done upon the law battle platform of the 7th layer of heaven was a 7-battle winning streak. How could someone who was just stepping onto the law battle platform for the first time hope to fight him? Zhao Xi sat on the platform that looked up to the 8th layer of heaven, and he looked very indifferent. Let's begin. At that moment a voice rang out. Up in the 8th layer of heaven, Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen stood up and faced each other. At that moment, in all the vast and high Jiutian temple, other than the endless law battles, all other fights were temporarily suspended, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the 8th layer of heaven. An 8-battle winning streak was the most impressive accomplishment aside from a 9-battle winning streak. Thus, the audience was obviously engrossed in it. An endless brilliance was released from the 8th layer of heaven's law battle platform, making it easier to see and invoking the emotions of the cultivators of Jiutian Temple. The reason why Jiutian Temple was so famous in Emperor Xia's realm was because of the hardships and bloodshed experienced there. This was what every cultivator yearned for. The radiance was extremely dazzling. Gu Donglio's life spirit bloomed, and in a flash, the 9-word ring surrounded him, swallowing up the brilliance. A celestial shadow also appeared on him, the celestial shadow of the 9-word ring, making celestial light flow across his body. It was glorious to behold. I never would have imagined there were such peerless figures in the lower world, many people in the Jiutian Temple stands thought secretly. The battle had not yet begun, but they could already feel the brilliance. At the same time, a figure appeared behind Mu Fanchen. Afterward, he split into several different bodies that stood in different positions upon the law battle platform. Each one of them was based on Mu Fanchen, but each had a different temperament, and the auras that came from them were different. A deafening roar sounded around Jiutian Temple. Mu Fanchen obviously enjoyed a great reputation, and many of the people clustered around believed he would win this battle. Each of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations has different abilities. He has already produced 6 exterior incarnations. It is said that he practiced so hard that he can produce up to 9. Each one is different. With such a powerful ability, how can Gu Donglu win? Zhao Xi said indifferently. Yi Futian also saw Mu Fanchen's body changing. These exterior incarnations were much stronger than the Zhuge families. Since Mu Fanchen was able to win 8 matches in a row in the 8th layer of heaven, he was hailed as the next one to fight his way into the Jiutian ranking. He was quite outstanding. But even so, Yi Futian was not greatly disturbed. When Third Brother's life spirit had undergone its transformation, he had become much stronger than before. Now, after more than 3 years of trials, it was naturally impossible for him to fail to achieve results. Third Brother would definitely fight his way into the 9th layer of heaven. Suddenly, a group of figures that looked like gods of war was summoned around Gu Donglu. An ancient word was engraved on each figure, and in total, there were 9 words. When the 9 figures were lined up, there were more of them than there were of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations. This scene made everyone even more excited, as if they were the ones fighting in this battle. Although Gu Donglu and Mu Fanchen's abilities were different, the effects were somewhat similar. So, who was stronger? At that moment, a boundless celestial light seemed to bloom from Gu Donglio's body, covering the 9 summoned gods of war. They seemed to resonate with his life spirit. In that instant, the rays of his radiance covered the law battle platform. It seemed that the power of heaven and earth on that platform resonated with him and was there for him to use. Yi Futian sometimes wondered why Third Brother's life spirit could awaken. He had never heard Third Brother mention his family. According to the master, at first, after seeing Second Sister, Third Brother would not follow him. But it seemed that the master must have deliberately abducted him, although he was not clear on the details. But the source of a life spirit, generally speaking, came from one's heritage, especially extremely powerful life spirits. The 9 gods of war with words carved into them moved as one, and they descended like a flash of lightning upon their opponent, giving birth to an incomparably dazzling, invincible Madra. Mu Fanshan's exterior incarnations did not shirk their duties and directly collided with the gods of war. In an instant, the airflow on the law battle platform was dancing wildly. Soldier, spat Gu Donglu, and the god of war with soldier, carved on it cut forward like a knife through bamboo. It was so sharp that it was like a sword slicing down. It turned into the Milky Way sword and sought to destroy everything in front of it. So strong. Everyone's hearts beat faster. Gu Donglu had taken the initiative and attacked. He had stepped out with the 9 gods of war. Each god of war was good at a different Madra and even used different rule powers. This level of ability was simply terrifying, and thus everyone's hearts were beating faster. Mu Fanshan has not attacked. He has chosen defense. The incomparably beautiful battle on the 8th layer of heaven made everyone in Futian Temple quiet. This was somewhat different from what they had imagined. Mu Fanshan seemed to be feeling Gu Donglio's power, as he took the initiative to defend, not to attack. There was a strange look in Zhao Shi and Zhao Si's eyes as they watched the battle with amazement. Mu Fanshan must not have used all his power yet. He's observing his opponent, said Zhao Shi. Everyone ignored her. The battle in the sky continued. The 9 gods of war attacked at once, and at the same time, they resonated with Gu Donglu. The light of his life spirit covered the 9 gods of war, combining the 9 into one. Mu Fanshan had still not counterattacked. Or perhaps, he could not counterattack. Everyone's hearts beat wildly. How could this be? Gu Donglu was suppressing Mu Fanshan. Chapter 913. Upon the incomparably beautiful law battle platform of the 8th layer of heaven, Gu Donglu had seized the initiative. Upon the incomparably beautiful law battle platform of the 8th layer of heaven, Gu Donglu had seized the initiative. The more the 9 war godlike figures fought, the more powerful they became. Endless rays of light connected them together, turning the 9 bodies into one. Each of their attacks was more powerful than the last, and they suppressed Mu Fanshan's exterior incarnations. At this moment, even Zhao Shi was speechless, and her face was slightly pale. Although her level was much lower, she could at least understand what was going on in the battle. It was very obvious that Mu Fanshan was not merely observing Gu Donglu, but had indeed been firmly suppressed by him and had absolutely no chance to counterattack. One as strong as Mu Fanshan had been suppressed. Many people in Futian Temple watched the showdown. They had thought that this would be another chance for Mu Fanshan to show off. No one had thought it would end like this. The crowd was silent. The cultivators who used to scream and cheer for Mu Fanshan watched the battle without a sound. Finally, an incomparable brilliance bloomed upon the law battle platform. Mu Fanshan was hit. He coughed up a stream of blood as he was sent flying. He wanted to keep fighting, but Gu Donglu did not give him the chance. His fists struck repeatedly, causing him to shake wildly and continuously spit up blood. It was quite brutal. A dazzling radiance shone out. Mu Fanshan was once again sent flying. He had finally stopped resisting. He looked up at Gu Donglu. He did not have the same countenance as before, and seemed a little dazed, and even a bit unsure of himself. He had been defeated by a proud son of heaven from the 9 states of the lower world. It could even be said that he had been crushed by him. He had only needed 2 more battles to enter the 9th layer of heaven. Now he had been stopped here and would have to start again. He believed he was strong enough to fight his way back to this point at any time, but this defeat was still a blemish on his reputation. Gu Donglu has won 9 victories in a row. At that moment a voice rang throughout Futian Temple, making everyone tremble. He had won 9 consecutive victories on the 8th layer of heaven. With just one more victory, Gu Donglu would enter the 9th layer of heaven, ascend to the Jiutian ranking, and would have his name engraved within Jiutian Temple. Those who could get on the Jiutian ranking were all prodigies of the divine path and would stand shoulder to shoulder with many of the top talents of Emperor Xia's realm. Upon the law battle platform, the light dimmed, and everything in the 8th layer of heaven gradually became blurry. Afterward, Jiutian Temple was in an uproar as everyone discussed the battle. This fight had obviously been shocking to many of them. Yi Futian looked away from the 8th layer of heaven and towards the law battle platform before him. His next step should be to go to the 8th layer of heaven to reconvene with third brother. But according to the rules, he would have to win 10 victories in a row, and each victory would have to be against an opponent with an equal number of victories. Moreover, he would have to wait for someone from Jiutian Temple to arrange it. In general, they would arrange one battle per day. He didn't have time to wait. Not far from him, Zhao Shi thought that Yi Futian would say something sarcastic. But Yi Futian did not look back at her at all, making her face feel hot with embarrassment. This kind of disregard was ever so shameful. Yu Xing glanced at her coldly, making her feel very uncomfortable. His contemptuous eyes seemed to regard her as an idiot. Could you arrange our battle first? Zhao Xi asked the cultivator on the law battle platform. The cultivator looked at Yi Futian. Jiutian Temple had its own rules, but if someone asked, and it didn't affect the rules too much, he had no objection. Some battles would attract more attention, and people would be happy to watch. You don't have to accept, he said to Yi Futian. I accept, Yi Futian said calmly. Fine. If you win, it will be counted in the record. If Zhao Xi wins, it won't be, said the man indifferently. Zhao Xi's figure flashed as he shot up into the sky. He then descended upon the law battle platform. He stood there and looked down on Yi Futian. He had never seen someone as arrogant as him. It seemed as if, in his eyes, he could not tolerate anyone else. What are you waiting for? Zhao Shi still stared at Yi Futian. Gu Donglu had defeated Mu Fanchen, making the joy leave her face. Thus, in this battle, Zhao Xi must humiliate Yi Futian. In the stands, Li Qingyun looked at Zhao Xi and Zhao Shi with a bit of sympathy. He had just seen Gu Dongliu's battle and felt that he was very strong. Yi Futian had come up the sky stairwell. He was probably no weaker than Gu Donglu. Zhao Xi would probably come to grief in this battle. Many eyes were upon Yi Futian. They saw him step forward onto the law battle platform. He did not look at Zhao Xi and his gaze drifted as if he were thinking about something. You first, Zhao Xi said to Yi Futian. Yi Futian finally looked up at Zhao Xi. He stretched out his arm and suddenly, a stream of glittering particles flowed out from it. Although they were just particles, the aura that came from them made Zhao Xi feel threatened. His life spirit bloomed, and at the same time, he released his law will as he readied for battle. But when he saw this, Yi Futian crossed through the air like the wind and turned into a beam of light that directly descended upon where he was. He was too fast. He was there in an instant. Zhao Xi's aura burst out wildly, but Yi Futian's arm shot forward. The endless stream of particles pierced Zhao Xi's defenses and crushed everything. In that instant, the law battle platform trembled fiercely. Each particle was like a star and carried unmatched power. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and everyone's hearts leapt. They all stared at the law battle platform and saw Yi Futian's arm piercing through all the defenses and slamming into Zhao Xi. Zhao Xi was bending at the waist as if he could no longer stand up straight. His eyes were wide as if he had experienced something terrible, and his face was so white as to not have a trace of color left in it. With just one blow everything had come to a stop. Yi Futian removed his hand from Zhao Xi's chest and put it around his throat. He lifted him into the air and said, "You want me to apologize?" Zhao Xi was lifted up like a corpse. He looked at Yi Futian, feeling endless humiliation. However, Yi Futian's eyes were the same as before, full of contempt and disdain, as if he had never held any respect for him. Can he bear it? Yi Futian asked indifferently, and he looked at Zhao Shi. Zhao Shi's face went white as paper. Several cultivators beside her stepped forward and shot cold glances at Yi Futian. Release him, they said. Immediately. Who are you talking to? A sharp, cold voice rang out. The Zhao family cultivators saw an old man walking towards them. In an instant, the Ling Tian's sword will descended. They suddenly felt that if this man wished it, they would be sliced to pieces by the sword. This was the power of a saint. Their faces became extremely troubled. Who was this Yi Futian? Zhao Shi's face had lost all color. How could this be? All the cultivators looked at Yi Futian and their hearts beat rapidly. This guy was too strong, and he had a saint following him. So why did no one know about him? A figure like this could not be anonymous in Emperor Xia's realm. Who are you, my lord? One of the Zhao family cultivators asked Yi Futian. He had a saint following him. Even those of one of the clans could not dare to offend him. I come from the 9 states, so I am from the lower world, just as she said Yi Futian. A strange look came over everyone's faces. It was rumored that Gu Donglu also came from the lower world, and today, he had shown his brilliance. And now Yi Futian said he had come from there as well. Gu Donglu is my brother, continued Yi Futian. Everyone's hearts beat faster. The 2 brothers were both outstanding. Zhao Shi finally understood how she had offended Yi Futian. The one she had disdained was Yi Futian's brother. When I came to the upper worlds from the 9 states, some people dismissed me. Now, in Jiutian Temple, it is the same. Yi Futian swept his gaze over the crowd. He saw that Li Qingyun was also there. Upon hearing Yi Futian's words, he went red. Previously, he had indeed dismissed Yi Futian. However, from Jiutian Temple to the 7th layer of heaven, there has not been one person who could bear even a single attack from me. Is this where your pride comes from? Yi Futian's eyes gradually became sharper, and his tone was full of arrogance. I did not come from the lower world to prove how many layers of heaven I could fight my way through, nor to get on the Jiutian ranking. My brothers and I came to find someone. It is said that he is on the Jiutian ranking, and thus I had to fight my way up through the ranking. Yi Futian's calm words made everyone's hearts beat faster. Everyone knew who he had come for. Just like those others from the lower world, he had come for Pei Qianying. He had come to Jiutian Temple not for anything else but to break through to the 9th layer of heaven. What a wild gesture this was. The battles on the 7th layer of heaven are meaningless to me. If there are those with different winning streaks here, can I fight them all together? I'm in a hurry, Yi Futian continued. Everyone's gaze froze upon him. They understood what he said this for. He was in a hurry, so he didn't want to wait. According to Jiutian Temple's rules, he would probably have to wait many days before he could get to the 8th layer of heaven. He was not that patient and had directly challenged people with different winning streaks. And he had challenged them all at once. This was simply. Before, when little Princess Xia Qingyuan had dashed off to Jiutian Temple, the abbot had personally accompanied her. The rules were directly revised to allow her to fight her way into the 9th layer of heaven and climb onto the Jiutian ranking. Now, Yi Futian, who had come from the 9 states, wanted to challenge all the cultivators in the 7th layer of heaven with different winning streaks, making Jiutian Temple change their rules once again. Chapter 9:14, On the 7th layer of heaven, everyone looked at Yi Futian upon the law battle platform. Those who had been following Yi Futian's battles all along were speechless. They had followed him because they had seen his power and wanted to see what layer he could get to. They had thought that getting to the 8th layer of heaven would be too difficult. But they had never thought that Yi Futian's goal was not the 8th layer of heaven. Instead, he wanted to fight his way up to the 9th to find Pei Qianying. On the 7th layer of heaven, everyone looked at Yi Futian upon the law battle platform. Those who had been following Yi Futian's battles all along were speechless. They had followed him because they had seen his power and wanted to see what layer he could get to. They had thought that getting to the 8th layer of heaven would be too difficult. But they had never thought that Yi Futian's goal was not the 8th layer of heaven. Instead, he wanted to fight his way up to the 9th to find Pei Qianying. Some of them were also a little angry. Those supernatural figures who had made it to the 7th level of heaven but not the 8th were already extraordinarily strong. Since Yi Futian had crushed Zhao Ci, his strength was naturally beyond doubt, but by threatening to crush all the cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven he had shown himself to be arrogant beyond words. At this moment, the cultivator who presided over the law battles swept his gaze over Yi Futian and said, when the princess forged her way onto the Zhoutian ranking, the rules were changed for her. What will you rely on? He could see that Yi Futian had crushed Zhao Ci so powerfully not only to give vent to his grievances, but also to show off his own arrogance. Taking pains to reveal his power to crush everything and provoke the powers of the 7th layer of heaven would make Zhoutian Temple change the rules for him and let him directly fight his way to the 8th layer of heaven. Zhao Ci had jumped at this provocation and had been made into a tool for Yi Futian. It was truly tragic. However, Xia Qingyuan had so much status, so of course, they had changed the rules for her. Although Yi Futian's talent was outstanding, what could he rely on to make Zhoutian Temple make an exception for him? Yi Futian looked back at the cultivator on the platform and said, I have been cultivating for more than 30 years. I have never been defeated by someone on the same plane as me. I advanced to the position of Palace Lord of one of the holy lands of the 9 states while on the noble plane. I unified the barren state. All the sages obey my orders, and both the saints assist me in governing. In all the 9 states I am the only leader who is not on the saint plane. I came from the 9 states, ascended the sky stairwell, and no one could stop me. And no one will stop me from getting onto the Zhoutian ranking. Is that enough? Yi Futian looked calmly at the cultivator on the platform. However, outside this calmness, his proud spirit was clear for all to see. Everyone's hearts beat faster as they looked at this heroic figure. They finally understood why no one knew him, and why he was so strong. He was unknown in Emperor Xia's realm, but in the lower world, his name was known everywhere. He was the only leader of a holy land who was not a saint, with 2 saints who willingly aided him in ruling. This was a talent that defied the natural order. To be able to make saints help him was putting the cart before the horse. What was more frightening was that he had become a palace lord while in the noble plane. How glorious was this man in the 9 states? No one doubted the truth of Yi Futian's words. After all, they had all just witnessed a saint following his orders. Zhao Shi's face grew as white as paper. Many people were thinking, Yi Futian ascended the sky stairwell and fought his way to this layer of heaven. And he is a palace lord. Could it be that he's stronger than Gu Donglu? Gu Donglu had won 9 times in a row. With just one more victory, he could enter the Zhoutian ranking. And judging by the strength with which he had crushed Mu Fanchen, it seemed that his success was highly likely. Anything that Gu Donglu could do, Yi Futian could probably do as well. Would there be 2 people from the 9 states who fought their way onto the Zhoutian ranking today? The cultivator on the law battle platform stared at Yi Futian. His heart was also in turmoil. Xia Qingyuan was hailed as the most outstanding figure of Emperor Xia's realm. Coupled with her high status, this had made Zhoutian Temple change the rules for her. Now, the most dazzling figure of the lower world had come here as well, wanting to fight his way to the 9th layer of heaven. Although the most outstanding figures of the lower world could not be mentioned in the same breath as the princess, he still wanted to see just how strong this man who boasted of his prowess was. Wait here. The cultivator on the law battle platform stepped away. Obviously, he could not be the one to make the decision. Can you let me go? Yi Futian was still carrying Zhao Ci. The blood had all drained from his face, and in his heart, there was nothing but humiliation. He was nothing more than a clown. Yi Futian had carried him here, making the contrast between them very clear. Yi Futian tossed him on the ground. He started bleeding from the mouth as he hit the floor. Zhao Shi ran over to him and helped him up. Her face was also extremely pale. When she looked up at Yi Futian, she saw that he was not looking at her. It seemed that from the start he had not cared about either of them at all. Not long after, a group of cultivators broke through the sky. The cultivator who had previously been standing on the law battle platform was among them. Their eyes fell upon Yi Futian, and they all stood around the law battle platform. Someone turned around and said to them, "Someone wants to challenge all the cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven of different winning streaks. Is anyone here willing to fight him?" Obviously, Jotian Temple had agreed to his request and changed the law battle rules. "I'll try," came a voice. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure wearing a blue robe walk out. He looked to be over 30 years old. His eyes shone brightly, but there was also a depth to them, as if he had a charm that could pierce one's heart. Zhang Lai. Everyone's hearts trembled. He was the cultivator with the greatest reputation on the 7th layer of heaven. He already had a 9-battle winning streak. With only one more victory he could advance to the 8th layer of heaven, so he did not need to take the risk and participate in this battle. But he was the first to come out. Obviously, for many people, the reason they had come to Jotian Temple was to feel out other cultivators at the same level as them, not just to reach the 9th layer of heaven. Yi Futian was a tempting opponent, and so Zhang Lai had come out. "I'll try as well," came another voice. Everyone saw another cultivator walk out. Yu Qifeng. Everyone's hearts were once again shaken by the burly figure that walked out. Yu Qifeng was also one of the most highly regarded cultivators of the 7th layer of heaven. He already had won 8 battles in a row, and he greatly desired to one day join the ranks of the 8th layer of heaven. Zhang Lai and Yu Qifeng took the lead, and suddenly a group of others walked out. Soon there were 9 of them. Moreover, all of them had at least a 3-battle winning streak. The cultivator who was in charge of the law battles called out their names and records, then asked Yi Futian, "Do you have any objections?" "No," said Yi Futian. "Good." The man nodded, then said, "Everyone come up." As he spoke, the group shot up into the sky and then descended upon the law battle platform and surrounded Yi Futian. The matrix was started up. In an instant the light curtain on the platform began to turn, becoming brighter and brighter. Dazzling light flowed from the sky, falling down like quicksilver into the 6th layer of heaven. Down in the 6th layer of heaven, a group of figures looked up to the 7th. Not long before, there had been a great battle in the 8th layer of heaven. Would there be another one in the 7th? Many people's hearts beat faster as they became excited. Never before had 2 astonishing battles happened on the same day. But they were shocked and they saw the situation on the law battle platform in the 7th layer of heaven. What was going on? 10 great cultivators. On the 7th layer of heaven, all battles were one-on-one. More than one person could not fight at once. Why were 10 of them there? Isn't that Yi Futian who rose through the ranks so confidently? On the 1st, 4th, and 6th layers of heaven, those who saw Yi Futian had a strange look come over their faces. The people on the 1st layer were especially shaken. He had already made it to the 7th layer of heaven in such a short time and had gotten involved in a battle that was attracting so much attention. This speed was simply frightening. Zhang Lai, with 9 victories in a row, Yu Qifeng, with 8 victories in a row, Han Jiang, with 7 victories in a row. A series of voices floated down from the 7th layer of heaven and spread throughout the 9 heavens, making everyone's hearts beat faster. What was going on? People with 9 victories in a row, 8 victories in a row, and 7 victories in a row had all stepped onto the law battle platform. They didn't understand. When the 9 names were all called out, the cultivator paused. Only the man in the middle had not reported his surname. Yi Futian challenges the 9 great cultivators. His voice fell, and everyone's hearts beat wildly. Yi Futian had challenged 9 cultivators. Jotian Temple had changed the rules for him and let him challenge 9 people. What did this mean? Who was this Yi Futian? Begin, announced the cultivator, and the 9 cultivators released their strong rule power. Zhang Lai's eyes suddenly turned purple. A destructive thunderstorm suddenly erupted all around him. Bolts of lightning fell. His eyes were like the center of a storm. As he swept his gaze over Yi Futian, an invisible chain of thunder swept out and turned into a terrible thunder monster that rushed towards him. Yi Futian glanced at Zhang Lai. He felt that he was going to be absorbed into his opponent's world of thunder. Boom! The terrible thunderclap's power drowned everything as it fell upon Yi Futian, but it did not shake his body. Yi Futian stood there, surrounded by brilliant stars. The thunderbolt smashed into them, causing cracks to appear in the starry light curtain. At the same time, a tyrannical power fell down from the sky. Yu Qifeng struck down from the sky with a wolf-tooth cudgel. The golden cudgel continued to grow bigger and bigger until it grew to 30 meters. It slashed down and its boundless power seemed as if it would split the sky. An invisible rule power appeared around Yi Futian, reducing the wolf-tooth cudgel's speed. It seemed as if the space there had been frozen. But Yu Qifeng roared and the cudgel continued to slash forward. There was an astonishingly loud noise as it smashed into the starry light curtain, making more cracks. Thousands of impossibly sharp swords also flew down from the sky towards him. In a flash, the 9 cultivators launched both rule spells and close combat attacks. Yi Futian seemed to be buried by all of it. Everyone's hearts beat faster. It was too violent. Could he really block such fierce attacks? Yi Futian still stood at the center of the law battle platform. At that moment everyone saw him nod slightly. That motion made everyone's hearts tremble. The light coming from Yi Futian's body grew brighter, and brilliant particles of light bloomed from him, turning into a particle storm. They wound wildly around his body, and each of the attacks was shattered and destroyed in the vortex. Yi Futian spiraled up through the cyclone, seeming to bathe in his apotheosis. He thrust his hand forward and suddenly the particle storm coalesced into a long golden staff that he held in his hand. In the next moment, Yi Futian flew up and the particle storm wrapped around the golden staff. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and the 9 cultivators around felt a strong threat from him. Whoosh! A strong wind swept out as the golden staff slashed down with endless brilliance, smashing through the 9 of them. Boom, 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 the shadow of the staff blotted out the sun as the 9 cultivators were sent flying. The staff seemed to split the battle platform. He had come from the 9 states and sought to fight his way to the 9th layer of heaven. Chapter 9:15, Too Strong. In the Jotian temple above and under the 7th layer of heaven, countless people saw the brilliant scene on the law battle platform and felt as if they were about to stop breathing. Too strong. In the Jotian temple above and under the 7th layer of heaven, countless people saw the brilliant scene on the law battle platform and felt as if they were about to stop breathing when the golden long rod swept down. 7 cultivators were blasted and injured. The only 2 who were able to remain standing were the holder of 9 straight victories, Zhang Lai, and the holder of the 8 straight victories, Wei Qifeng. However, Yi Futian did not stop. The golden long rod sliced through the void with a radiant arc, endless particle storms still surrounding the long rod. Wei Qifeng, who was holding the wolf fang bat, felt his heart beating fiercely. The next moment he saw the rod coming at him, and under the long rod, the ray of each particle contained an incomparable force of suppression, and with the power of the strike before, Wei Qifeng felt that even the sky were falling. There was an incomparable brilliance bursting from his body, and both hands holding the wolf fang bat blasted forwards without looking back. Even if he knew it was unstoppable, he must try and see the strength of this blow. Bang! An incredibly loud noise was heard, and without any doubt, Wei Qifeng was blasted and flew out, hitting the matrix light screen that was on the law battle platform. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. At the same time, the violent light of thunder and lightning descended upon Yi Futian, and that horrible thunderstorm rushed into his spiritual will, which contained a terrible power of destruction. When Yi Futian turned around, he saw Zhang Lai's purple pupils cave in deeply, turning into a terrible whirlpool to swallow his spiritual will. Yi Futian snorted with disdain. The rod disappeared, and he moved toward Zhang Lai. His eyes also became extremely magical, like a terrible spiritual storm. Golden lightning shot out from his eyes and aimed straight for Zhang Lai's pupils. The two stared at each other from a distance. A scream came out. Zhang Lai closed his eyes and blood came out of his pupils, but just at that time, Yi Futian also retrieved his power. Even so, this scene was still too shocking. Yi Futian was too powerful and invincible. As he had said before, once he stepped into the Jiutian temple, so far no one could oppose him. Neither Zhang Lai nor Wei Qifeng could bear even one blow from him. When his eyes opened, Zhang Lai wiped the blood from the corner of his eyes and looked at Yi Futian. "Many thanks for your mercy." Just then, he felt a spiritual tearing force rush directly into his pupils with extreme aggressiveness. If Yi Futian insisted on continuing his attack, he would have met a miserable end. At the very least, those eyes would be lost. On the law battle platform, others were also silent. They had also realized that although Yi Futian crushed them with imminent force, he was still merciful and did not seek to annihilate them. For one man to sweep 9 opponents, this kind of power made them felt helpless. Yi Futian indeed had the strength to fight in the 9th layer of heaven, but it was unknown whether he could defeat those listed on the Jiutian ranking. The cultivator who presided over the law battle took out the Jiutian order token, engraved the name of Yi Futian and the word 8 on it, and then threw it towards Yi Futian. In a loud and clear voice, he declared, "Yi Futian won this battle, and that counts as 10 consecutive victories. He's eligible to enter the 8th layer of heaven of the Jiutian temple." Yi Futian took the Jiutian order token. He had achieved his goal. He could now step into the 8th layer of heaven and join the 3rd senior brother and others. "Go then," the cultivator said, but Yi Futian did not move, still standing there. "Anything else?" asked the cultivator. Just as he finished his question, he saw that in the view stands below, a figure stepped out and walked toward the law battle platform. It was Yu Sheng. "I will also challenge 9 people," Yu Sheng said. As he finished speaking, countless eyes focused on him. Yi Futian had just suppressed 9 great cultivators, and now this guy next to Yi Futian also wanted to challenge 9 at the same time. Was everyone in the lower worlds of the 9 states this crazy? The eyes of the cultivators in Jiutian Temple fastened onto Yu Sheng. They were somewhat surprised in the previous battle. However, the battle had just ended and now Yu Sheng stepped out and also demanded a fight. Even though they lost, their previous records were based on real strength. They suffered some injuries in this battle. I can give them some time to recover. In addition, from the 7th layer of heaven, those who wish to fight may come together with them, Yu Sheng said. Yi Futian claimed to be unparalleled in all of 9 states and has already made an exception in the Jiutian ranking. "Are you also unparalleled in the 9 states?" the cultivator asked Yu Sheng. "Yes," Yi Futian replied. That cultivator asked with a cold sneer, his eyes on Yi Futian, "What exactly is the meaning of unparalleled?" "He cultivated with me since childhood and was equally invincible in battles that were of the same plane, with no defeat. He will step onto the sky stairwell to enter Jiutian Temple. If someone in the 9 states can defeat me, it could only be him." Yi Futian casually said, "He will follow me and enter the 9th layer of heaven." "Very well," the cultivator responded, "let him fight again then." When he finished speaking, he surveyed the others on the law battle platform and said, "Do any of you dare to continue?" All 9 cultivators nodded, and at this moment, Zhang Lai, Wei Qi, and the others finally understood. This was the reason why Yi Futian chose mercy rather than finishing them off. Because there was still one person left. This bastard. Yi Futian walked down the law battle platform and Yu Xing went up, replacing him. He cast a glance at the 9 and said, in order to win 10 games in a row, there still needs to be one more. They just fought, and I don't want to take advantage of them. Who else wishes to come up? In the view stands of 7th layer of heaven, everyone was speechless. Yi Futian and Yu Xing simply did not respect the so-called geniuses of the 7th layer of heaven. Since they have invited, whoever wishes to experience it may come up directly, the cultivator who presided over the law battles said lightly, and suddenly, several men stepped forward and descended onto the law battle platform. They also wanted to experience the strength of those who were unparalleled in 9 states. The 9 who were defeated instantly released a very strong and aggressive rule power. They would never allow what happened in the previous battle to occur again, where they were powerless to strike back. Boom! In the middle of the cultivators, the light of the Buddha and demon from Yu Xing rocketed to the sky with incomparable golden glory seeming to contain a darker golden luster. The battle form erupted, and rays of light directly ran through his body, making his body even more immense and majestic. Above the body, the endless golden light coursed, turning it into an indestructible golden body, the light of Buddha fiercely blazing. The sword arrived, falling down like a river from heaven, stabbing toward the body of Yu Xing. But that shredding sword, extremely sharp and moving forward, brushed against the burly battle form of Yu Xing and was unable to penetrate him. It's such a strong physical body. Many people's hearts trembled. Just as Yi Futian was before, now Yu Xing was the same, both with such amazing defenses. Wei Qifeng's wolf fang bat smashed down, and within it, there were hundreds of thousands of tons of divine power blasting upon his battle form. The indestructible golden body started to show cracks, and terrifying attacks now invaded Yu Xing's body, but he was still standing there steadily, much to the surprise of everyone. He can't be moved. In the Jiutian temple, countless people had their eyes fixed and thought of what Yi Futian had said before. If anyone could beat him, it might have only been Yu Xing. The dual cultivation of Buddhism and magic had rendered his physical body invincible and immovable. A series of rules spells blasted, and the golden glow upon Yu Xing became more and more radiant. There were even the sounds of Buddha lingering, and above the firmament images of Buddha appeared. With Yu Xing's body as the center, a giant Buddha appeared and manifested 1,000 arms like shadows. Bang! With a loud noise, Yu Xing's arms trembled, the darkened golden light flowing wildly. The domineering demonic power and the yin and yang forces of the Buddha now exploded from him, accompanied by the trembling of his arms, rushing to the front for the kill. In an instant, the Buddha with 1,000 hands blasted out the full aurora of the fist, piercing through the void. Wei Qifeng saw an incomparably giant fist coming at him through the air. He picked up the wolf fang bat and smashed at it and shattered the fist. But in the moment immediately following, his gaze was completely glued there. Both arms of Yu Xing were throwing out violent attacks so that the 1,000 hands of Buddha bloomed into an endless aurora of fists, drowning the entire law battle platform with nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. If it was only a large-scale attack it would have been meaningless because a simple release of spell could have blocked it. But the fists thrown by Yu Xing, each seemed to be able to pulverize the void. With the endless aurora of fists erupting at the same time, just how terrible would it be? It was like the apocalypse. All the cultivators gathered all their strengths in defense, but the great rumbling of noises could still be heard. Shadows of bodies successively flew out and hit the light screen of the matrix, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon, except for Wei Qifeng, whose battle power was extremely strong, everyone else had fallen. At this time, Wei Qifeng was still madly smashing the wolf fang bat, but he saw a shadow of a figure coming from the void. When his wolf fang bat smashed down, Yu Xing reached out and caught it, and in the next moment, his body was being swung into the air. "I'm not fighting anymore," Wei Qifeng said loudly, and then his body flew right out. From the 7th layer of heaven down, there was a silence in the view stands. In the two matchups, both battles had initiated great matrices so that even those below the 7th layer of heaven could see the two battles. The ending was shocking. The two, with absolute power, swept the 7th layer of heaven. Who could oppose them in the Jyotian temple? Take it. The cultivator who presided over the law battle engraved the Jyotian order token with the 8th layer of heaven and gave it to Yusheng. Yusheng took it and walked back to the view stands. Yi Futian turned and walked toward the stairwell, with Yusheng following behind and the village chief following. They were going to the 8th layer of heaven. Let's go. From the 7th layer of heaven, many were following them. Not only the 7th layer of heaven but even people from below were crazily rushing toward the top, ready to see with their own eyes the 8th layer of heaven. At this time, people in the 8th layer of heaven did not know what happened below. In the Jyotian temple, Jyotian was the most supreme level. The battle of the 9th layer of heaven was the battle of the Jyotian ranking. Any battle would be projected to the vast Jyotian temple, which was immense. Secondly, it was the key battle of 8th layer of heaven, the battle of 8 consecutive victories, and the battle of 9 consecutive victories. The battle for advancement in the 7th layer of heaven, likewise, would also be projected downwards, but it was impossible to move up. Above, it was a more advanced battlefield. At this time in the 8th layer of heaven, there was a group who was particularly dazzling. It was Gu Donglu and the others who had defeated Mu Fanchen not too long ago. Gu Donglu sat in place and there were many people surrounding him, all of whom were from the Holy Ji Palace in barren state. Among the people, there was someone lying there quietly, and it was Yi Wuchen. There was a last battle, and then the 9th layer of heaven would be a reality, so they had brought Yi Wuchen with them. Even if they could participate in the battle of 9 game victories today, they would not leave. They would be here waiting for the coming of the last battle. They must get to Jyotian, defeat Pei Qianying, or they would never return. All around them, countless eyes were looking at them. From this procession of people, all could feel the determination that exuded from them and the confidence to move straight ahead. Right then, some loud noises came from the direction of the stairs, and there was a group of cultivators climbing upward magnanimously. At the forefront, there were 3 people, and they stepped into the 8th layer of heaven. Chapter 9:16, Who is it? There were less people on the 8th layer of heaven, and anyone who could get here was extraordinary. Who is it? There were less people on the 8th layer of heaven, and anyone who could get here was extraordinary. They looked strangely at the crowd of people coming up the stairs. They did not recognize the 3 people in front, but they must have achieved a brilliant record on the 7th layer of heaven to attract such a following. The 3 people in front looked all around, and then their gazes fell upon the group of people sitting quietly far away. They walked over there, and everyone moved aside to let them pass. They seemed to sense something. Those who were sitting there quietly looked up slightly and saw the heroic figures in front of them. At that moment, the figures stood up solemnly as they stared at the ones coming towards them. Yi Futian had come. He had come from the 9 states and fought his way to the 8th layer of heaven. Yi Futian had obviously heard the news and rushed here to find them. They wanted to say something, but when they saw his eyes fall upon Wuchen, they did not know what to say. They had all come here to train with Xia Qingyuan, but Yi Wuchen was the only one who had met with misfortune. They were all responsible for it. They all felt guilty. So they had not returned to the 9 states, instead coming here to Jyotian Temple. The others on the 8th layer of heaven could feel that something was going on. It seemed that these people who had come to the 8th layer of heaven knew Gu Donglu and the others. 3 of them walked over to where Gu Donglu was. Gu Donglu looked up at Yi Futian as he walked over to him. Yi Futian walked to Yi Wuchen's side. He was lying there quietly with Phoenix beside him. She was the only one there good at healing. Yi Futian reached out with his spiritual energy and felt that Yi Wuchen's spiritual will was still fluctuating. He did not seem like someone who was sleeping, especially when looking at the space between his eyebrows. Invisible waves were still flowing out of him, and he was still shockingly bloody. He seemed to be in great pain, and his spiritual energy seemed to be tightly stretched. He did not dare to slacken it at all. Even though it had already come to this point, he still held on. Crack! Beside Yi Futian, Yu Sheng clenched his fists, making a crisp sound. In that quiet space, one could faintly feel the fury hidden within the silence. Someone removed his life spirit, Phoenix said to Yi Futian. I know. Yi Futian looked at Wu Chen. There was no wild aura coming from him. He seemed very calm. No one was surprised. Since Yi Futian had already come this far, then it was not surprising that he already knew everything. After Wu Chen's life spirit was taken away, he never let go of his connection with it. He kept trying to control it and summon it back. I assume that he wanted to use the sword will that had been immersed into his life spirit, said Phoenix softly. However, the one who took his life spirit sealed it away and may be trying to refine the sword will. If the one who did this is unscrupulous, they may directly destroy his life spirit. Yi Futian knew that Phoenix had said unscrupulous because of Xia Qingyuan. Xia Qingyuan had given them 3 months to fight their way to the 9th layer of heaven and challenge Pei Qianying. He has always been a persistent person, said Yi Futian. He naturally knew Wu Chen's persistence and tenacity better than anyone. So he would definitely not give up easily. I only need to win one more battle to make it to the 9th layer of heaven. I will pay him back for this, said Gu Donglu. Third brother, Yi Futian looked up at Gu Donglu. I will go with you. Pei Qianying would pay for this. Big brother, second sister, Yi Futian looked at the familiar figures around him. He had not seen them for more than 3 years. They had all become more mature, and their presence was more imposing. They had clearly reached a higher level than before. Big brother had already reached the lower sage plane, and thus had no way to enter Jiutian Temple. After all, his opponents would be sages, even top-level ones. Third brother had cultivated up to the higher Magi plane. Thus he had made it all the way to the 8th layer of heaven. He only needed to win one more before he could enter the 9th. The others had all improved as well, almost all of them having made it to the Magi plane. But most of them were mid and lower level Magi. Jieyu. Yi Futian finally looked at Hua Jieyu. She was the one he was closest to, but she was the last one he called, but she naturally understood him. She walked to his side and nodded slightly. She blamed herself a little bit and said, "It's my fault that I couldn't protect Wu Chen." Among them, she and Sword Saint had the most combat capability. Jieyu, this has nothing to do with you. We were all held up in the ruins, and we had no chance to stop what Pei Qianying's people did to Wu Chen, said Zhuge Mingyue to Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu, who was still feeling guilty. He took her hand and looked at her, saying, "Since Wu Chen is still in contact with his life spirit, we still have time. When he wakes up, we will go back to the barren state." Everyone nodded. Yi Futian's calm words had given them fierce determination. When Wu Chen woke up, they would return to the barren state. The people on the 8th layer of heaven looked at this group of people and one by one they guessed Yi Futian's identity. The most beautiful woman of the barren state seemed to be his woman. These people had come to train with Princess Xia Qingyuan, but Yi Futian had not taken part, so many people wondered who he was. At that moment, the people who presided over the law battle platform in the 7th layer of heaven followed them up. They talked with the ones who presided over the law battle platform of the 8th layer of heaven, making them look over at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng with amazement. These two had fought through a group of heroes to enter the 8th layer of heaven by their own strength. Yi Futian looked up at them and said, "I wanted to prove everything when I was in the 7th layer of heaven. I have no time to wait, can I directly challenge those with winning streaks?" A strange look came over the faces of all the cultivators of the 8th layer of heaven. What had happened on the 7th layer? There aren't that many people on the 8th layer of heaven, and they don't all come to Jiutian Temple every day. Those who have a winning streak are particularly rare. Once you have a 7 or 8 victory streak, you have to wait a long time to get a battle. Even if I agree to your request, there aren't enough people on the 8th layer of heaven right now, answered one of the cultivators. I heard that the princess fought her way to the 9th layer of heaven in a single day, said Futian. Everyone looked at him in surprise. Could it be that this guy had made it all the way to the 8th layer of heaven in a single day? Moreover, was he really comparing himself to the princess? Was he crazy? In Emperor Xia's realm, Princess Xia Qingyuan was hailed as the foremost talent of the younger generation. Emperor Xia had even said that Xia Qingyuan was more talented than he was at her age. There was no one of the same age as her in Emperor Xia's realm who could compete with her. Such arrogance, one of the cultivators on the platform berated him. With the princess's status, of course, when she made her challenge to Futian Temple, all the heroes gathered together to witness her peerless style. That was how she was able to fight her way to the 9th level of heaven in one day. In that case, if we spread the news that I wish to fight my way to the 9th level of heaven throughout Futian Temple, will that speed things up? Asked Futian. The cultivators on the law battle platform looked at him sharply. Futian's incredible strength had been confirmed by what he had done on the 7th layer of heaven. But he was simply too arrogant. He looked down on the cultivators of Futian Temple as if he, matchless in the 9 states, was also able to achieve invincibility in Emperor Xia's realm. He was insane. What if we schedule it for 7 days from now, said a cultivator coldly. Since Futian wanted to promote himself, Futian Temple was willing to accommodate him. This also had benefits for Futian Temple. It would attract attention as crowds would gather to feast their eyes on the group of heroes gathered there. Considering Futian Temple's power, shouldn't 1 day be enough? Said Futian. 7 days was too long. 3 days. That's the bottom line, answered the cultivator indifferently. Futian stared at him. He understood Futian Temple's intention. 1 day was too hasty, and then news would not ferment quickly enough. They obviously wanted to attract the greatest number of spectators possible and have innumerable people come. So they hoped for 7 days. Fine, answered Futian. He knew that even if he persisted it would be of no use, Futian Temple would not agree. Still looking at the cultivator, he said, by the way, also let Pei Qianying know to be ready and waiting in 3 days on the 9th layer of heaven. Everyone's hearts pounded in their chests. Futian had called out Pei Qianying of the Futian ranking. Now it was not just Gu Donglu. Let's go, said Futian to his 3 brothers. They nodded, and then carried Wuchen out. After they left, the news spread quickly throughout Futian Temple, which immediately triggered an enormous uproar and shocked many cultivators. Juying Palace in Emperor Xia's realm was where the Juying Sword Saint cultivated. It was also the home of the Pei family. At this moment, the Juying Sword Saint was in one of the palace halls surrounded by countless sword wheels. In front of him was a small silver sword. But this weak, small silver sword was filled with 3 terrifying sword wills that were connected to it. He wanted to refine the sword wills, but that small silver sword was not willing to let go of them. They were one with the sword, and if he wanted to refine them out he would have to destroy the sword. But to do this would be to disobey Xia Qingyuan. Obviously, even though he was a sword saint, he couldn't offend Xia Qingyuan. He would rather wait 3 months. At that moment, in a courtyard outside the palace, there was an unusual, handsome young man sitting quietly, listening to reports. One man had fought his way to the 7th layer of heaven and challenged 9 great cultivators at once there. And he was said to be peerless within the 9 states. His eyes became as sharp as a sword pulled out of its sheath. He said coldly, in 3 days, he will learn the difference between the 7th layer of heaven and the 9th, as well as the difference between the cultivators of the upper worlds and the lower. Chapter 917. In Emperor Xia's realm, there was a palace, complex and without boundaries, reaching high into the sky. It stood like a temple of the gods in Emperor Xia's realm. It was also the tallest building in all of Emperor Xia's realm that even the ninth layer of heaven of Jotian Temple dared not surpass in height. In Emperor Xia's realm, there was a palace, complex and without boundaries, reaching high into the sky. It stood like a temple of the gods in Emperor Xia's realm. It was also the tallest building in all of Emperor Xia's realm that even the ninth layer of heaven of Jotian Temple dared not surpass in height. This place was where Emperor Xia cultivated, the Renhuang Palace of Emperor Xia's realm. At this time in this Renhuang Palace, a person clad in men's clothing yet appearing more beautiful than a woman, stood on the step of a staircase listening to the news brought by the people below. Yi Futian, Palace Lord of the Barren State Holy Ji Palace in the 9 states, brought Yu Sheng, and both of them came up through the sky stairwell to the upper worlds, and no one was able to stop them. Later, the two went to Jotian Temple and reached the 8th layer of heaven in a single day. Furthermore, in the 7th layer of heaven, it was one battling 9 opponents who promised in 3 days' time to challenge everyone in the 8th layer of heaven and told Pei Qianying to wait for him in the 9th layer of heaven. Xia Qingyuan quietly listened to the reports made by the people below. Her eyes were steady and calm. She remembered the young man who did not want to follow her to begin the trials during Saint Xia birthday feast in 9 states. While she was the supervising inspector in the lower worlds of 9 states, she had heard that Yi Futian had extreme talent, which was the reason for her invitation, but it was refused. It appeared that he was absolutely confident in his own power. Even if he did not receive the qualification as one of the heavenly chosen ones to cultivate in the upper worlds, he was still able to climb the sky stairwell and had fought his way to Emperor Xia's realm. Send a messenger to Juying Palace and have Juying Sword Saint bring the stripped and controlled life spirit of Yi Wuchen to the Jotian Temple in 3 days' time. If the people of 9 states should win, the life spirit must be returned, Xia Qingyuan said. Yes. The person bowed and answered, then asked, will Princess be going? If Xia Qingyuan was to go along, he would also need to go to Jotian Temple and let Jotian Temple Lord know in advance to arrange everything. I'm thinking about it. You may go, Xia Qingyuan said calmly, and immediately the man withdrew and left. This news quickly spread within the Emperor Xia's realm, and as it gained momentum, it set off great commotion amongst the people. The Battle of the Jotian ranking had always been the grandest event in Emperor Xia's realm. The battles of each season of the Jotian ranking would always cause a stir. What was more, this time around, someone from the lower worlds of 9 states had boldly announced they would conquer the 9th layer of heaven and challenged Pei Qianying, who was on the Jotian ranking. The news spread from Jotian Temple. This person from the lower worlds of the 9 states, who claimed to have no equal in the 9 states, was invincible in his plane and was the only palace lord of a holy land who was not of the saint plane and yet commanded saints. His talent and influence were obvious. Many concluded that Yi Futian and his group should have no problem getting through the 8th layer of heaven. After all, Gu Donglu had already gotten 9 consecutive victories. After one more he would be able to get to the 9th layer of heaven and Yi Futian should be able to do the same. The battle that was to take place 3 days from this time was labeled by everyone in the Emperor Xia's realm as the fight between the geniuses of the lower worlds and those of Emperor Xia's realm. With the Jotian Temple's intention to fan the flames of excitement, the waves that this had created could only be imagined. It was rumored that several people who were on the Jotian ranking were highly interested in this battle and would personally attend Jotian Temple that day to witness someone step up to the Jotian ranking to challenge Pei Qianying. Those who had a record of consecutive victories in the 8th layer of heaven of the Jotian ranking were appearing one after the other, stating that they would also participate in Jotian Temple. Everyone was optimistic that Yi Futian and Gu Donglu would be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven. It was as if these top players in the 8th layer of heaven were just their stepping stones. Therefore, one could only imagine how they felt at the moment. They wanted to see just how strong this unparalleled figure of the 9 states really was, how he dared to make such audacious claims. For the practitioners of Emperor Xia's realm, 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, Jotian Temple was sizzling. Early in the morning, the bottom layer of the Jyotian temple was already full of people, occupied by those who arrived in advance, as this was the layer that everyone could enter. Although the view would not be as clear as the ones above, it was still possible to see the projection of the battles for the Jyotian ranking. Therefore, a seat there was highly desirable. Other than that, countless people walked toward every layer of heaven in Jyotian temple. Even in the 8th layer of heaven, there were already many people who had arrived, and the view stands were full. Even some of the well-known saints had already come to Jyotian temple to observe the battle today. This demonstrated how much attention was garnered by this battle. Outside Jyotian temple, countless people were waiting. Wang Jin, many exclaimed. Wang Jin, the cultivator of the 8th layer of heaven in Jyotian temple, had not appeared in Jyotian temple for a long time. His most brilliant record was 9 straight wins, but he was defeated when he took on the battle of the Jyotian ranking. His opponent entered the 9th layer of heaven and he had to start again from the beginning. Right now, he had accrued a 7-game winning streak, but in fact, he had been a cultivator who had won 9 consecutive victories. As such, Wang Jin's strength was definitely at the pinnacle of the 8th layer of heaven. Mu Fanchen. At this moment, another figure descended. It was Mu Fanchen, who lost to Gu Donglu the day before and had come to fight again today. After 8 consecutive victories, he was defeated the day before. At the moment, he had no winning streak to his name, and that was equivalent to no streak at all. If Yi Futian and Yu Sheng wanted to take on the Jyotian ranking, they must take him on in the first battle and defeat him. It's Yu Zhan, that battle madman. Another figure arrived and it was Yu Zhan, the owner of the 8-game winning record at the moment. But like Wang Jin, he had a 9-game winning streak before, was defeated, and had to start over again. If Mu Fanchen and Gu Donglu did not match up the day before, it was very possible that Gu Donglu would have matched up with him. This time, everyone is here. This lineup, the hearts of many beat wildly, but they were excited inside. This was too crazy. Those famous top fighters who were defeated in the 8th layer of heaven were all coming today. Some even wondered if Yi Futian and Yu Sheng could get to the 9th layer of heaven and meet Pei Qianying. The arrival of these people meant that anyone who had a winning streak had a brilliant record before and that they had gathered in Jyotian temple today. There was no doubt that since they were present, Jyotian temple would choose this group to battle to make the fights even more captivating. So, what would be the outcome? It was crazy. The last Jyotian temple competitions were crazy. It was little Princess Xia Qingyuan who ran through the gauntlet of the Jyotian temple and went all the way through to the 9th layer of heaven. Today, they seemed to witness the same madness from when little Princess Xia Qingyuan challenged Jyotian temple last time around. Of course, this would only make the crowd more excited. It was just that they never expected someone from the lower worlds to have caused such a great sensation. They only hoped that he was truly strong, otherwise, he would be a joke if he could not even enter the 9th layer of heaven. At this time, a procession of cultivators appeared in the void. When they were close to arriving at Jyotian temple, they then began descending. It's the people from Juying Palace. Even the Juying Sword Saint has personally arrived. All eyes were focused on the handsome and slender young man with incomparable grace next to Juying Sword Saint. This battle started because of him. Pei Qianying, son of Juying Sword Saint, cultivator on the Jyotian ranking. The talent of Pei Qianying could be described as extremely exceptional. Back then, he entered the 9th layer of heaven as an upper-level sage and gained a spot on the Jyotian ranking to allow everyone to witness his rare talent. Even the Lord of the Jyotian temple had said that in the future, when Pei Qianying was in the Magi and Sage plane, he would be able to enter the 9th layer of heaven. It was said that at the moment, Pei Qianying had already reached the peak of the Magi plane and was only one step away from the Sage plane. At the pinnacle of the Magi plane on the Jyotian ranking, in this plane, he was the top contender. Pei Qianying, 3 days ago Yi Futian told you to wait for him in the 9th layer of heaven, what do you think about that? A voice said from the crowd. Before the fight, such trash-talking undoubtedly fueled more excitement, but most would choose to ignore such distraction. But at this time, Pei Qianying stopped in his tracks. His attention turned to somewhere in the crowd, his eyes as sharp as a sword. The person who spoke in the crowd felt Pei Qianying's gaze and felt a tingling pain in their eyes. Immediately, he lowered his head and did not dare to engage with those eyes. When I was young, my father never demonstrated his true strength in front of me. I cultivated in swordsmanship, and as I was expert in at all kinds of methods, I thought I was superb in swordsmanship, that I was equal with my father. It was not until later on that I realized how foolish I was. When cultivation reaches a higher level, this truth will be more apparent, Pei Qianying said slowly, and everyone was momentarily stunned. They seemed to understand that he was inferring something. I heard that they were from the lower worlds of 9 states and think of themselves as incomparable, as if there are no talents in Jyotian Temple. They want to enter the 9th layer of heaven and even compare themselves with the little princess. Pei Qianying continued to speak slowly. Perhaps, after today, they will know more about the meaning of respect. After that, Pei Qianying picked up his feet and moved forward. Everyone watched his departing figure, and then an explosion, like a terrible wave, washed over Jyotian Temple. They had thought that Pei Qianying would be quiet, but this time not only did Pei Qianying answer the question, but he had also publicly mocked Yi Futian from the lower worlds as being ignorant and without respect. Undoubtedly, this would only make everyone even more excited and increase their expectations for the upcoming battle. After that, there were extraordinary characters arriving gradually. The crowd had even seen several who were already on the Jyotian ranking. Some even openly asked them about their views on Pei Qianying. Most of these people just smiled without comment and chose to walk toward the 9th layer of heaven instead. They would witness this battle in the 9th layer of heaven. Many people were waiting for the arrival of Yi Futian and the others. Finally, when a procession of people came with the sword, the moment they landed on the ground, the emotion of the crowd had reached the boiling point. Finally, Yi Futian and his people had arrived. And today, they once again brought Yi Wuchen again. At this point, from Yi Wuchen's brow chakra, there seemed to be an even more intense spiritual fluctuation, apparently perceiving something. The Juying Sword Saint had brought his life spirit, and Yi Wuchen had never given up his spirit, refusing to detach the connection to his life spirit. If it was detached, he would only lose his life spirit, making it difficult to move forward in cultivation. But if he persisted, the consequence could very well be the complete collapse of his spiritual will, leading to his eventual death. But he had chosen the latter. Yi Futian and his group moved forward step by step, ascending the stairs toward Jyotian Temple. Watching them leave, everyone felt a strong sense of determination and belief. Chapter 9:18. Roaring cheers were heard everywhere in the Jyotian Temple, and every single stand in every single layer of heaven was packed. The event was of such fame that no battles were fought in any of the stages in the Jyotian Temple, which was over 10,000 feet tall. No one bothered fighting as no one would have been in the mood to watch any other fights. Roaring cheers were heard everywhere in the Jyotian Temple, and every single stand in every single layer of heaven was packed. The event was of such fame that no battles were fought in any of the stages in the Jyotian Temple, which was over 10,000 feet tall. No one bothered fighting as no one would have been in the mood to watch any other fights. Everyone was simply there for the battle at the 8th layer of heaven that day. They were there to bear witness and see if that unparalleled monster of a person would be able to make it to the 9th, the one who might have subsequently gone off to challenge Pei Qianying. Many looked up at the 8th layer of heaven's direction, but they were able to see little other than vague shadows. They were all waiting for the projections of that battle at the stage of the 8th layer of heaven's fight. It was a day that captured everyone's attention, and the Jyotian Temple went out of its way to promote the event. Regardless of who came, there was no doubt that the fight was one that was needed to be projected from the 8th layer of heaven for all to witness together. What's the hold-up? Many took their seats and began to feel restless. They just got here not long ago, and the temple needs time to field the candidates as well, someone replied. Well, among the three, Yi Futian, Yusheng and Gu Donglu, who do you think will be able to make it to the 9th layer of heaven, or maybe they will all make it? There are just too many legendary figures who you don't get to see much elsewhere here in the 8th layer of heaven today. They have all secured many consecutive victories. I don't think it'd be easy for the 3 of them to all make it up to the 9th. Just wait and see. Gu Donglu was able to overpower Mu Fanchen, while both Yi Futian and Yusheng have been able to take out everyone in their way at the 7th back then. That shocking scene might actually happen, the scene where all 3 of them make it to the 9th. Everyone chatted and had high hopes about the battle that was about to happen. Streaks of immensely dazzling, blinding even, light showered from above. However, no one averted their eyes as they were all at the peak of excitement. They were all too familiar with the light of that matrix. They knew the show was about to start. Their eyes pierced right through the air and their gaze locked at the 8th layer of heaven. Dazzling light was projected below. Many were taken aback when they finally were able to see what was happening at the 8th layer of heaven clearly, before erupting into sky-reaching shouts and cheers in a frenzy. Their voices heard even at the 8th layer of heaven. This is crazy. It is indeed. Even the temple itself has gone crazy. Everyone was shocked to find that there was more than one stage being projected from the 8th layer of heaven. All 3 stages at the 8th layer of heaven lit up. The 3 stages represented battles from 3 different planes, Sage, Magi, and Archmage. At that moment, people were seen on all 3 stages at the 8th layer of heaven. Yi Futian, Yusheng, and Gu Donglu appeared in 3 different stages. That meant there would be 3 eye-catching battles taking place at the 8th layer of heaven at the same time. Jotian Temple had never been so crazy before. The temple was actually crazy enough that time to project 3 different stages at the same time. When Xia Qingyuan fought in the Jotian Temple, she was only fighting alone and as such, there had only been 1 stage projected. What was happening that day was noteworthy enough to be recorded in the Jotian Temple's annals. Everyone saw another person appearing on the stage where Gu Donglu was. It was the top-notch figure at the 8th layer of heaven, Li Feng, one who had secured 9 consecutive victories. He was 1 victory short from making it into the Jotian ranking. Regardless of who emerged victorious from that battle, be it him or Gu Donglu, the winner would be ranked on the Jotian ranking. Li Feng was also the only magi capable of winning 9 consecutive battles at the 8th layer of heaven thus far. Few at the 8th layer of heaven were capable of winning multiple consecutive battles. When 2 cultivators secured 9 victories each, the Jotian Temple would then arrange for them to have a showdown. The winner would then be granted access to the 9th layer of heaven, while the loser would have had to start all over again. The Jotian Temple arranged for Li Feng to face off against Gu Donglu. Yi Futian was facing off against Wang Jing, Mu Fanchen, and other top 10 mighty ones. While there were no 9 consecutive winners at the moment, Wang Jing had secured 9 consecutive victories once. His streak was broken and he was forced to start all over again. Mu Fanchen had been winning 8 consecutive battles until 3 days ago. All the others had winning streaks as well, with the weakest having secured 7 consecutive victories. With the top 10 fighters of such caliber facing off against Yi Futian at the same time, if he was able to emerge victorious, fighting all of them at the same time, there was no doubt that he was qualified to be at the 9th layer of heaven. The same went with the stage where Yusheng was. Yu Zhan had once secured 9 consecutive victories and everyone else around him were extremely renowned figures at the 8th layer of heaven. The fighters banded together on that day as they appeared on the stages, to face off against 3 top-notch geniuses from the 9 states. It was a sight that would have rendered anyone crazy. There were no cheers at the 8th layer of heaven, and things were considerably quieter there. Those who were at the stands there were renowned people after all. However, they nonetheless looked up at the 3 stages, looking at the mighty ones coming from the lower worlds. Pei Qianying declared with overwhelming force that Yi Futian and the others would learn to fear the greater ones from that day onwards. However, Pei Qianying did not come to watch the battles. He was waiting for Yi Futian at the 9th layer of heaven. Pei Qianying was not alone in this, many other renowned figures were waiting at the 9th layer of heaven as well. In their perspective, if Yi Futian was unable to make it to the 9th layer of heaven, then he lacked the right to even see them, for humiliating himself. The Zhao siblings, Zhao Shi and Zhao Ci, were there as well, gazing at the stage where Yi Futian was. Cold hatred was seen in Zhao Ci's eyes. Li Qingyun and his people, who were guarding the sky stairwell, were there as well. They looked at Yi Futian and Yu Sheng, the two who had been blitzing their way at the sky stairwell and made it to the Jiutian temple. Those two could not have been more unruly. The Sword Saint, Zhuge Mingyue, Hua Jieyu, Huang Jioge, Phoenix, and many others were watching as well. Yi Wuchen was among them as well. It was a battle fought in Yi Wuchen's honor. They had immense faith in Yi Futian, Yu Sheng, and Gu Donglu. All of them had unwavering faith that the three would emerge victoriously. The battle between Gu Donglu and Li Feng erupted alongside the cheers from below, making the spectators' blood boil. Mu Fanchen stepped out at Yi Futian's stage before everyone else. He had been defeated by Gu Donglu 3 days ago, and he was eager to see just how capable Yi Futian of the 9 states was. No one else budged. They were all top-notch figures at the 8th layer of heaven and extremely prideful people. While they were standing at the same stage at the same time, it did not mean that they were ready to join hands. They simply watched as Mu Fanchen walked towards Yi Futian. "You have to win this," Zhao Shi whispered to herself deep down as she watched Mu Fanchen walking out. She did not want to see Mu Fanchen lose again. One exterior incarnation after another emerged. 6 of them had Yi Futian surrounded while emanating different auras in different forms. With Mu Fanchen added to the list, it felt as if Yi Futian was fighting 7 mighty ones at the same time. Yi Futian took a look at the exterior incarnations nonchalantly and said to the other mighty ones at the stage, "It's better that you all just come at me together." All within earshot frowned at his words. This fellow who is from the 9 states is simply too much. It's no wonder that Pei Qianying would comment that they have no respect. Mu Fanchen sent his exterior incarnations at Yi Futian at the same time, seeing how Yi Futian simply ignored him. Dazzling light burst from Yi Futian's body. A golden rock took to the air with its wild, unruly eyes watching its opponent, emanating incredibly sharp aura. "He's bringing out his life spirit." The eyes of the spectators flashed. He never unleashed his life spirit in any of his previous battles. A wild, unruly aura burst from behind Yi Futian at that moment. An incredibly huge godly ape appeared and walked out, taking guard at a corner. 2 life spirits. The eyes of the spectators glittered as they found that both life spirits were fighting beasts. But then again, it was not actually all that rare and surprising. A dragon roar shook the air as yet another incredibly huge dragon appeared, circling Yi Futian as if he was looking down the mortals below. Godly creation of all things. A cold line was uttered from his mouth. Extremely terrifying spiritual power burst as a huge entity coalesced through the power of rules, appearing before him as if an ancient god had just emerged and guarding Yi Futian. Countless particles seemed to be coursing around the huge ancient god's body looking like glittering stars, as if a very old god had taken its place among the stars. "I said, come at me at once. Stop wasting my time." Yi Futian's body slowly took to the air with the rock and the ape at his flank, the dragon circling around him and the ancient god before him. It was quite a dazzling sight to behold, striking the hearts of all who witnessed it, awestruck. Is Yi Futian, as he is now, truly at his fullest? He was the #1 genius from the 9 states of the lower worlds after all. The scene was just too shocking to many. The minds of everyone but Mu Fanchen shuddered at the scene. They all felt the extreme threat looming right before them. Extremely overbearing power rules emanated from Yi Futian's glittering body, shrouding the entire stage. Under the light of the formless rules, the space seemed to have frozen over at the very next moment. Mu Fanchen and his exterior incarnations all felt an extremely powerful might attempting to fix them where they were, making the space-time right there and then completely still. Boom, boom, boom. All of Mu Fanchen's exterior incarnations burst with extremely heavy might, breaking the bonds of the rules. There was simply no way they would have been able to fight if their bodies were all fixed into place. However, a golden halberd appeared on the rock's claws, drawing a dazzling arc and lashing out at one of the exterior incarnations. At the same time, the huge godly ape took hold of an immensely huge staff and brought it down hard. The ancient god before Yi Futian stomped and the force seemed like that of stars falling from the heavens, crushing everything beneath. All manners of powers burst at the same time. Mu Fanchen's face went rather pale. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him again, more so than the battle between him and Gu Donglu. However, he continued to bring his greatest attacks with the exterior incarnations, clashing with the rock and the godly ape. The rock streaked through the air at blazing speeds, bringing the halberd down hard. Mu Fanchen felt a terrifying shredding power above, or rather, the power of space being torn apart. That exterior incarnation blew into pieces bit by bit within an instant. Another exterior incarnation withstood a violent hit from the ape. The staff was brought down with might out to crush the heavens, and that exterior incarnation was no more soon enough. Countless watched at the Jiutian temple that the unparalleled figure of the eighth layer of heaven named Mu Fanchen had his exterior incarnations being crushed one after another without any means of retaliating. All of the spectators went speechless as they watched the truly peerless figure at work. The figure who was named Yi Futian, who hailed from the 9 states. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.